Appreciate it. So, good morning and welcome to another great day here in Manatee County and to the Board of County Commissioners Tuesday, May 14th, regular scheduled meeting. What we always do before any of our meetings here in Manatee County, we always honor God and recognize our great nation. And this morning, doing our pledge this morning, we have Major Claire Bailey, a junior ROTC student from Manatee High School, class of 25. I'm just introducing you. You can sit down right now. Thank you, Major. I know you're anxious. She wants to pursue being in the Army. Congratulations. Major Bailey has won the Superior Candidate Award, Academic Excellence Award, American Legion Scholastic Excellence Award, and she is a Girls State Delegate. She's also part of the Big Buddy Project, and she volunteers at Moat Marine. So thank you very much. But we'll do is call the pastor up first, say the pledge. I'll be saying the invocation. Everybody can please rise. Good morning. Our pastor is Zach Edmonds from Bayside Community Church, the West Bradenton campus. Good morning, Amen. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to give you a couple scriptures this morning. For the Lord gives wisdom, from his mouth come knowledge and understanding. It says in Numbers 6, the Lord said to Moses, "Tell Aaron and his sons, this is how you are to bless the Israelites. Say to them, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. So they will put my name on the Israelites, and I will bless them." It also says in 2 Chronicles, the Lord appeared to Solomon, and he said, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land." Let's pray. Lord, we love you. We thank you so much. We honor you this morning for just the breath that we have in our lungs. Lord, we pray and believe for the wisdom that you give us is from heaven. And as we begin our plans to this day, we lay them at your feet and say, Lord, would you have your way? Lord, we don't want to do anything without you in the midst of all of these things. And Lord, as always in Matthew 6, Jesus said to them, "Do not be like them, for your Father knows what you need before you ask of them." Then he said, "This is how you should pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we have also forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others in their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins." Lord, thank you so much. We love you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Major?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Major. We appreciate it this morning. Appreciate you being here. County Administrator, is there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, sir, there is. In addition to the updates previously published online, there is an update to item 54 on the consent agenda. A revised reimbursement agreement is entered into the record.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any items that any of the commissioners like to have pulled from the consent agenda?
Yeah, I just want to have the Public Works people talk about item number 28.
Number 28? Yes, sir.
I told them about it yesterday.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So we'll do it now moving forward with our awards presentation and proclamations. We have a laundry list of these this morning, so if everybody could bear with us, we have several retirements, and our Employee of the Month recognition will be first. Then we'll go into some presentations, and then after that, we'll have our proclamations that'll be read this morning. So up first is presentation of retirement award to Debbie Voorhees of Parks and Recreation's Contracts Manager. Where's our Parks and Recs folk?
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Bishop, and County Attorney Molly White with Sports and Leisure Services, here to celebrate and recognize Miss Debbie Voorhees on her retirement. And Debbie's been with us for the past 8 years, but she came to us with a wealth of knowledge with over 41 years in Parks and Recreation. From a freshman in college as an assistant director for an after-school program to 26 years as a Parks, Recreation, and Community Services director. She retired from the director's position and accepted the position with the contracts manager for Manatee County. With her expertise in the industry, she has not only been an expert in contract management, but maybe more importantly, as a mentor to me and so many other people within the department. Although she already has a robust traveling plan for her retirement days, we know we will see her again volunteering at our county events. Congratulations on now your second retirement, and thank you for all you've done for our vendors, our community members, and those in the Department of Sports and Leisure. And I believe Charlie H. also has a few words to say.
Charlie Hunsker with Natural Resource Department. I've never been known for a few words, but 8 years ago, Debbie, I was pleased during a phone interview with you, along with the staff of Parks and Natural Resources, to determine, man, this woman, this person, this professional is spot on. And you've proven yourself each and every time. I'm both going to cry here at the microphone. You've proven yourself each and every day that I've worked with you, each and every weekend that you've come to our rescue, each and every evening you've come to our rescue. Your sense of commitment to job is incredible. Within 4 months of coming on board, you wanted to build your contract skills. And so you enrolled in a correspondence course with University of California, Irvine. Problem is, they're on Pacific time zone. You were working between 9 o'clock at night and 12 at midnight. And I remember at one point in time, you came to me so proud to say, you know what? I got 104% on the test. And I said, how'd you do that? She said, well, I did the extra credit as well. And so that is just another sign of your commitment, your professionalism. I have never, ever seen a contract fail under your guidance. I have seen contracts succeed. I have seen vendors who have come from, the county working with you to becoming, okay, we follow the procedure. Thank you for this process. All those things you created. You created for the county, you created stability, and you created assurance. What else more could you ask from a contract manager? So, like many of us, you'll be seeing a lot of Manatee County, a lot of back your hometown in Jersey, and we wish you the best. And thank you for teaching me about professionalism, about commitment, and most of all, I'm going to finish up, most of all about love, because we all love you. Thank you, Debbie.
I know you have a very big agenda, but I purposely just wrote so I could stay on point. But when Allie asked me when I was doing the retirement paperwork if I wanted to come to a meeting and be recognized, and I'm like, recognized? Why would I need to be recognized for a job that I've loved doing for the last 8 years? And then I said, you know what? Yes, I want the opportunity to let everybody know, and I'm glad there's a lot of people in the room right now, what a fabulous place Manatee County is to work. And there would be way too many people, most of them standing behind me right now, to thank. But as Molly mentioned, I have a 41-year career in municipal government in parks and natural resources and recreation. And this is by far the best place I have ever worked. And primarily it's because of the level of professionalism that you have in this county is so high. And they could probably get paid more if they went to the private sector, but they choose to work in Manatee County because they're committed to making this county the best community to live and work in. And then added to that, everybody is so helpful because we all have the same goal of doing the best job that we can for the residents we serve. So we all work together as a dedicated team to make that happen because one person's success is all of our success. And I'm going to miss my family and friends and coworkers here at the county. And I just have a few real quick thank yous. Charlie Hunsiker for hiring me over 8 years ago, and he changed my life for the better. by asking me to be his contract manager, and I was so honored to be part of his team, and I've learned so much from you. And then when Natural Resources separated from Recreation 2 years ago, Charlie Bishop took time out of his busy schedule to meet with me and learn about my daily tasks so he could align my skills with the best department that needed them. And he allowed me to stay with the Recreation, now Sports and Leisure team, and that was huge for me, Charlie. So thank you so much for allowing me to do that. And then, of course, Molly, she's been so amazing. She's just an amazing person, supervisor, and director. She's so supportive of her team, and she's always moving forward to complete a project. And I'm convinced she's the hardest working person in Manatee County. And thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to be part of this awesome team for the last 8 years.
Hey, Debbie, don't go anywhere.
Oh,
We have a couple commissioners that'd like to
oh, that's nice.
say a few nice words about you, but thank you so much for being a part of our team, and you've been a great asset to Manatee County and to the citizens of Manatee County for the time that you've been here, and we just appreciate you, and we're going to miss you, but I'm sure we'll see you around doing something around sports and leisure, hanging out there with the
For
crew.
sure.
But congratulations on your retirement. It's well earned.
Thank you. Thank
Commissioner
you
Van
so much.
Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Debbie, Parks and Rec is such a great family. Thank you so much for all the time, dedication you put into this county. Clearly, you're passionate about what you do. And thank you for all the things that you said about your coworkers as well, because there's the stigma about county workers, right? But all the county workers I'm around are working their tails off all the time, and obviously you're a great example of that. So thank you for all your service, and I look forward to your third retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, team. Thank you for being here this morning. Thank you, Molly. Will everybody sit down? Next up is our retirement presentation for Victor Maldonado, specially charged paramedic in EMS. And I wonder, is anybody in EMS this morning? Nobody call 911 this morning, please. They're all here. Come on down, EMS. You guys aren't usually shy.
Price is Right.
Yeah, it's a big winner.
Is this the Price is Right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. James Crutchfield, Deputy Director of Public Safety. Here with us today, we get to celebrate another EMS retirement. I feel like every month we have come in front of you all to celebrate some of our, our legacy team members here. Vic has been employed with Manatee County for the past 26 years. And honestly, I would have to say that it's probably have been an incredible adventure. And I can't help but say, how grateful I am for all the joy, dedication, and laughter that he brought for me and for our team members. From the moment Vic joined us in, as my son would say, 1997, you dove headfirst into an evolving world of emergency medical service. A lot has changed. You've seen EMS landscape changed over the last 26 years. Some exciting transformations just from the technology standpoint, but also on how we deliver medical care. You've been leading the way with us with groundbreaking changes in protocols, and even one of the leading members of the MIACA Fire program. Here with Manatee County EMS, Vic, you helped with the Honor Guard, the county's Honor Guard, and again, leading member of the Fire Medic program, and you've continued to show an exceptional commitment to excellence in the standards of service that we provide. I'm going to use your famous catchphrase, Vic, and then we'll just wrap it up here, and I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. As you embark on your new exciting chapter of life, know that you have left behind a legacy of service, compassion, and dedication. Thank you for inspiring us, the Fire Medic program, and all the peers that you have here. Thank you, and enjoy your retirement. And then on behalf of the county administrator and the Board of County Commissioners, we have this lovely clock for you to remember the time here, and you can come back.
Vic, you,
Yeah.
Vic, you want to say a few words? Sure. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I wanted to thank everybody who's here, my fellow coworkers, my command staff, and everybody I've met throughout the years. This has been, I gotta say, by far most the greatest job and career that I've ever had and imagined. I've enjoyed it. I will miss it. But it's time to move on to, hopefully better things, I guess, and the retirement lifestyle. But I just want to say thank you to everyone who, who's here and made this present. Thanks.
Hey, Vic. Vic, thank you for saving lives every
Thank
day.
you.
We can't appreciate you enough and what you do and the rest of EMS does every day, going out there and having an impact every single minute of every single day here in Manatee County. And I know that your team's going to miss you. Jimmy says great things about you, and we're going to wish you fair sales, good wins, and enjoy your retirement. But you will be missed, and thank you so much for being a part of Manatee County for 26 years, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Sir. Where's the EMS proclamation? Do we want to do that? We could. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for pointing that out. Appreciate it. We're going to jump ahead. We're going to do a proclamation right now for EMS. So,
Good.
didn't even see. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, we need a motion? Okay. Could we just, you want to go ahead and make the motion for all of, to approve all the proclamations at this time? All right, thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Aye, aye.
I got a second already. I got a motion by Commissioner Cruz, a second by Commissioner Van Ossenbridge to approve all the proclamations this morning. Let's do a vote, voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, sir. Now read the proclamation.
Yes, sir. Whereas Manatee County Emergency Medical Services is a vital service, and the members of the emergency medical services teams, including EMTs, paramedics, social workers, nurses, firefighters, police officers, educators, I think they're all here today, right? Administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers are ready to provide life-saving care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. Whereas Manatee County Emergency Medical Services has grown to fill the gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medical follow-up care and access to telemedicine. And whereas the members of Manatee County's Emergency Medical Services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continued education to enhance their life-saving skills. And this is a big one. And whereas the attainment of CAAS accreditation by the Manatee County Emergency Medical Services Division reflects the dedication and hard work of EMS personnel, leadership, and stakeholders in providing high-quality emergency medical care to our communities. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of our Emergency Medical Services team for their dedicated service by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners in Manatee County, Florida, this day, or from the 19th, May 19th through May 25th, 24, shall be known, designated, and set aside as Emergency Medical Services Week in Manatee County, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 14th day of May, 2024, and signed by our chair, Michael Ron. Congratulations.
Yeah, I believe we have a short video we can play. CAS just really is a badge of assurance for anyone who accesses 911. It's the golden standard for 911 providers.
This accreditation is more than just a stamp of approval. It's great use of taxpayer money because it ensures that that money is supporting, a well-vetted EMS organization.
Only 1% of EMS organizations nationwide have this accreditation, and that speaks to the quality that we're providing and the quality that we aim to continue to provide.
What's most exciting and why this is kind of a big deal is because this is an external review. It creates more transparency, everybody loves transparency, and accountability on how we deliver this service.
And what they're looking for is just to see, are we meeting the standards? Are we doing the right things by the community we serve? During their site visit, it's all hands on deck. So everyone from the EMT to paramedic level, through our support services team, our training section, our quality improvement folks, our billing folks, and our fleet services folks will go through an audit of all of the work that's done on our ambulances to make sure that they're ready to respond when someone calls 911.
I think the biggest benefit to a CAS accreditation really is down to not only just our employees, but the end user of the 911 service. It assures them that the quality of care that they're receiving is top-notch. For employees, it assures them that they're working for an agency that is well-rounded, well-funded, and well-managed. Thank you to our crews who provide exceptional patient care, and thank you to everyone who's been involved in helping us achieve this golden standard for our community.
I, along with all the other commissioners, want to sincerely thank everybody at Manatee County EMS for their commitment to service, because this makes it a safer and better place for everybody that lives here and visits Manatee County.
So I will just say that I am extremely honored and thankful for the opportunity to work alongside the best county employees, your first responders. As we approach EMS Week next week, I wanted to shine spotlight on the work that our team has accomplished. CAS accreditation is no small feat. Next week, will provide us an opportunity to express some gratitude to the incredible individuals who rush to the scenes of emergencies, accidents, crises every day, 60,000 times a year. Their dedication and courage are the backbone of our community's safety net system. Yet their impact extends beyond their immediate response to emergencies. Our EMS team members are passionate educators, advocates. They are actively involved with community education, teaching CPR, AED usage, drowning prevention, and all other health-related issues aimed at mostly fostering a healthier community. EMS Week serves as a platform to us acknowledge our first responders' daily contributions to making Manatee County a better place to live, work, and play. As we observe Emergency Medical Services Week, I would encourage us all to join me in celebrating and supporting the EMS professionals here who exemplify the core values of Manatee County government. Thank you, Mr. Bishop, commissioners, and my direct leadership team, Courtney and Jody, for your continued support. And just wanted to say that we do have the best EMS service in the state of Florida. So thank you.
Yes, you do. Jimmy, stand by. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I want to echo some of what Jimmy said, but I want you to be sure you hear it from the board. We communicate with Jimmy pretty regularly. We know some of these calls that you all are responding to. We know that you leave home every single day knowing that you could likely see death in some way, shape, or form and be dealing with death in some way, shape, or form, and you see people in their absolute worst state throughout your entire day, people who may only call EMS once in their entire lives. And I know I'm telling you things you already know, but I want to make sure that the audience knows that, and I want to make sure that you're aware that commissioners know this as well, and just know how much we appreciate you. I did a ride-along with EMS my first year as a commissioner, and I encourage other commissioners to do it as well. Be prepared. I mean, I went on a I think it was a Saturday morning, but remember, Commissioner Ball rode along with a sheriff's deputy on a weekday afternoon in Lakewood Ranch thinking she'd be pulling cats out of trees, and instead she was the first They were the first people on scene in a rollover accident. So this is their life every single day. It could be a quiet afternoon in Lakewood Ranch, and the next thing you know, you're in the middle of chaos in someone's worst moment. So we know you deal with it every day. We appreciate you, and we brag about you, as we should. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Everyone in this room should thank EMS, because at some point in your life, you might see these men and women in your home, in your place of work, on the street, and they could be saving your life. And they are so appreciated by all of us here on this board, by everyone here at Manatee County. You guys do an amazing, amazing job, and we just can't thank you enough for everything you do. You guys are amazing people. Just as human beings, you're amazing to do the work that you do, leaving your families every day to go out and serve the public and do the job you do. So thank you so much. Well earned. Congratulations to the entire EMS team. Thank you, Director and Deputy Director Crutchfield, for everything you do, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. All right. We're gonna give EMS a minute to get out. There's a lot of them in here. All right. Well, EMS is moving out, all 200 of them. Next up, it's so great that we can do here at Manatee County and recognize our employees every month. And then at the end of the year, we recognize the Employee of the Year, which is just a huge award for someone to get. And these are all nominated by their coworkers, so it's not the board or the county administrator awarding these. It's the folks that these people work with. So what we're going to do this morning is we're going to have May Employee of the Month awarded to Yasmina Alves. And up first is, Colonel, you're going to do it? Okay, is Deputy Director Lee DiPaolo. Director Lee DiPaolo is going to make the presentation, I guess, along with Sarah. So
Did something happen? I didn't mean to.
yeah, you didn't get the memo.
We'll get everyone up here from probation. Come on up. So as you stated, Chair, this is an amazing award, Employee of the Month. I did some quick public math, and it's less than 0.5% a year of our employees that get recognized with this honor. Excited to have Yesenia Alves here today. She's been with us for 12 years, probation officer. But I'll tell you from my part, before I introduce her supervisor to really dig into all her amazing accomplishments, is she is that person in the office that goes above and beyond. It makes the culture so much better. For example, the birthday cards, right? Remembering everyone's birthdays and making that day a little bit more special. Any event that needs to be run within the office, she'll be the one leading the way on that. So we appreciate you. We're proud of you. And I'd like to turn it over to Janelle to really dig in on the accomplishments.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, County Administrator, and County Attorney. I am Janelle Werbeck, and I have the honor of introducing, I'm not going to look at her, to May's Employee of the Month. Our probation division is staffed with some hardworking and caring individuals all standing around me, but this lady standing next to me is the heart of our division. This is Yesenia Alves. Don't cry. Yesenia started with the probation division back in 2012, and I've been her supervisor since 2015. Over the years, she has worked her way up from a probation assistant to probation officer. During my time supervising Yesenia, it was obvious she had a heart of gold. As a coworker, she can brighten up your day with a handwritten note, flowers, and her party planning skills are top-notch. She often brings ideas for team-building activities or morale-boosting potlucks. She makes new employees feel immediately welcomed and often decorates offices for birthdays. Don't worry, it may sound like we have a lot of fun in probation. We do, but we also get quite a bit of work done as well. And this work is challenging at times. We often have clients who suffer from substance abuse, mental illness, homelessness, and non-compliance with court orders. We make hard decisions to place those who don't follow orders back in jail. Yesenia's clients have another challenge, which is their primary language is Spanish. And they often need her to help them understand our criminal justice system and help interpret for them. She is known to go above and beyond and walk them to the drug lab, the clerk of court, or a courtroom. She does so without a smile and doesn't complain about these extra tasks. It is not unusual for Yesenia's clients to continue to check in with her well beyond the completion of our program. Lastly, we often forget people don't just want trust and compassion from family and friends. They also desire this at work. We can learn a lot from Ms. Yesenia. She builds meaningful connections. She is patient. She extends grace. She supports positive interactions and appreciates others. She is the closest thing to a perfect employee coworker. And no, other departments in the audience, you cannot have her. Thank you for your time this morning. Now I will turn it over to Ms. Yesenia Alves. No crying, girl.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. I'm going to try to do this without crying. I am a big crybaby, as you guys seen at the leadership meeting. I just want to thank my family. I want to thank my work family. They make me want to do better, and I honestly want to thank my clients as well, because they make me want to help them and do better for them as well. So I appreciate the honor, and thank you.
Yasmina, we're so proud that you're May Employee of the Month, and we knew you were a little shocked when we gave it to you. I just think that I don't have to see you once a month, so as a probation officer. But thank you for all the hard work you do. Your coworkers speak so highly of you, and they just adore you, and we thank you so for all the hard work you do. Especially, I mean, being a probation officer is very tough. The whole team knows that, and for them to recognize you for Employee of the Month is just outstanding. So thank you for all you do, and we look forward to seeing you maybe at the end of the year, Employee of the Year. So thank you very much. Thank you, team. Thank you, Colonel. And Sarah, you want to say anything? All right, you're good. Okay. Shocking. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. And we'll give them a few minutes to all the probation officers are here this morning. So when you see a probation officer, be in about 10 minutes. Next up, we have we're going to do a presentation on fisheries. And is that something, Commissioner Van Osterbridge, that you're leading on? And we got Captain Moore here this morning.
Yes, sir. It's a big District 3 day. We started off with Major Bailey with the pledge, and then we had Pastor Zach, and now we have Captain Scott Moore here, who's going to come forward and give us a brief presentation on the state of fisheries in Manatee County. He's going to talk a little about snook, redfish. He's talking about mangroves, water quality. He's 50 years on the water, and there's no better expert.
He's a legend.
He is a legend. Yes, sir. Captain?
Good morning, Captain. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody in the room, too, and in beautiful Manatee County. Good morning. It's a beautiful morning in Manatee County. I want to extend my gratitude to the Commission for allowing me to deliver a brief presentation on the state of our saltwater fisheries in Manatee County. Despite recent challenges with red tide, Piney Point issues, our freezes, I'm pleased to report that the fish populations are recovering, and there is reasons why for this recovery. I'd like to highlight the crucial role that the mangroves play in our area. Throughout the years, decisions made by past commissioners and present regarding the preservation of mangrove areas such as Robertson Preserve, Emerson Preserve, have significantly enhanced our fisheries. The leaf litter from the mangrove is essential for nurturing fish populations, period. The leaf litter that comes from them is so important, people don't realize. And it also affects our fishery inshore and all the way out offshore, all your reef fish too. Protecting these mangrove habitats is sustaining our fisheries. It's the most important thing that we have. Also, water quality. While we still face water quality issues, and those solutions, I leave it up to the scientists, safeguarding our mangroves is a step in the right direction. One particular area I want to emphasize on is Rattlesnake Key, a vital fish producing area. And by the way, it's probably in Tampa Bay area. Emerson Point was one of the biggest snook areas for them spawning at the end of Emerson Point. There's documentation from the scientists, FWC. I've got, if any of the commissioners would like to see that, that's why so important Emerson came into play and how much it really helped our fish populations. Also, Robertson Preserve, redfish mecca. Robertson is really a big producer of redfish because of the inner shore area that we have now. And of course, Perico Bayou. And, you know, preserving these habitat ensures the future of generations can experience beauty in Florida. As you drive south across the Skyway, entering Manatee County now, okay, what are you going to see? You're going to see Rattlesnake Key, the key itself. Consider the legacy we leave for generations to come. Looking, just coming into Manatee County, we need to preserve that. And I thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions at all about our fisheries. And again, on snooks, you know, they really got hit. We had a freeze, and during that freeze, it took out a lot of fish. And it takes years. You have recruitments in these fish populations and understanding that it takes time for this to happen. But it would not happen if you didn't have Emerson Point, Perico Harbor, Perico Bay, adjacent to Robertson Preserve. And let me tell you, Rattlesnake Point is huge, is a huge, huge area that produces fish commercially, recreationally. And I thank you for your time, really do. Any questions?
Commissioner Van Ossenbridge.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you coming in, taking your time to do this. In the morning, usually fishermen are on the water, right? And
it's a gnarly day today.
yeah, and you know, so true. So it's a good day. I wanted to give a quick bio to the board and explain that Captain Scott Moore has been fishing the waters. He lives out on Anna Maria Island. He's been fishing the waters around Anna Maria Island for over 50 years. Actually, he's been a commercial fishing guide out there. He's a legend in West Bradenton and out on the island. He serves on several fishery committees, locally and even nationally. And he's somebody who has really formed a partnership with scientists and with fishermen because, you know, the fishermen are on the water all the time, right? The scientists are not on the water all the time. He's an educator. He's enlightened countless individuals the importance of sustainable fishing practices and the delicate balance of marine life. He's committed to conservation. If you've heard of the CCA, the Coastal Conservation Association, he started it. He still sits on the board today. It was back in the 80s when that started. He received the William Mote Award, which is, you know, of course, Mote Marine. The Florida Wildlife Federation recognized him for outstanding contributions to the protection, wise use, and management of Florida's natural resources. A philanthropist, Carol and Barney Barnett, actually donated $3 million to Mote Marine in Captain Moore's name. And that was to enhance fishing conservation and restore the health of local fisheries. He's dedicated like countless hours, St. Stephen's, right, Episcopal Schools, St. Joe's, the Maritime Museum, Florida Sea Grant. We could go on and on and on for all the things that you have done for this county and for the local waters around here. And if there's ever a person that was going to be sort of memorialized or remembered for their contributions in their specific field and in their specific industry, I think Captain Moore is somebody who deserves that kind of recognition. He lives out on Bradenton Beach, and I'm sure most of you know that out at Coquina we have two boat ramps. One's called Coquina North and one's called Coquina South. I always thought that was kind of silly. So I move that we direct the county attorney's office to draft a resolution for this board to name the Coquina North Boat Ramp the Captain Scott Moore Boat Ramp,
Oh,
and the Coquina South Boat Ramp the Coquina Boat Ramp.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner.
I'll second that motion.
I like the, can I say one thing too?
Yeah, well-
On Rattlesnake property.
Careful, you got what you want, you know. Don't mess this up.
We're using county monies. And I think for a fair value, I'm a little disappointed in the state though, because all that area is used by a lot of people from the state. And this county has been so great with our monies and stuff. So, you know, it'd be wisely, you know, just use our money wisely, that's all. But we want that done if you can do it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Real quick, there was a motion by Commissioner Van Ossenbridge, seconded by myself, to rename the North Coquina Boat Ramp, the Captain Scott Moore Boat Ramp, and name the South Coquina, the Coquina Boat Ramp.
Coquina
right?
Boat Ramp, yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Can I get the motion's been second. All those in favor?
Aye. You have to do public comment, sir.
Yeah, I will. Is there anyone like to have public comment? Anyone from the family, you before this or against it?
Okay, there we go. Officially on the record.
All right. Madam County Attorney, oh, there we are. We're online, so everybody can vote now. All right, thank you very much. And Captain Moore, thank you so much for what you do for our community. The only question I have is, can you please tell us where your favorite fishing spot is so we all can go there?
Actually, Emerson was. And by the way, also, like I said, again, with this county, how much preservation that we have done for our fisheries. And like Robson, you can go out there and bike ride. People from the east can enjoy it, and they need to know that it also is producing fish.
Yes, sir.
That's what's great about our management in Manatee County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here today, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your whole family. Thank you for your whole family, too.
Do the family members have anything to say?
No,
Good. Okay.
All right, moving forward. Up next, Commissioner Turner has a acknowledgement award from the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Commissioner Turner, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council had a summit last week, huge summit, annual summit on resiliency, and they gave an award for the environmental area. So natural resources, our own natural resources, led by Charlie H., won the award. I just want to, it's no easy task. There's 7 counties in this organization, and every municipality, city, town within those 7 counties is in competition for this award. So this is for Duet Preserve, and I'll let Charlie H. recognize his individual folks and what they do there. Thank you, Charlie.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. Just, how about, you know, you've heard the Ocean's 8, but this is going to be Oceans, or the Magnificent 7. I could have all kinds of superlatives here, but with me here today are the troop pioneers and then champions of gopher tortoise protection here in our area. The Regional Planning Council's whole theme was resiliency this year. And to make our population of gopher tortoises both resilient and abundant, biologically diverse, this is the hope and has now become the reality with your support at Duet Preserve to double down on conservation and to protect this important species. Kathleen Barrett spent 2 years being certified to be able to receive and monitor and track the tortoises that we take in at DeWitt Park. And Alyssa Powers is her supervisor. And, you know, Whitney Costner and Sherry Swanson, who aren't here today, they're out in the water right now on monitoring seagrasses. They, too, were part of that program. Behind me also, let me talk about the Ranger Corps here, the guys who to hold on to the shovel, and the excavator and the tortoise themselves right there in their hands. That's Jerry Miller, Clayton McCurry, Johnny McLeod, and their supervisor, Mike Ellswick. And then, of course, Wendy Melnick keeps us all straight. All these people, right? All these folks work together as your team to make sure that we have a healthy population forever. I know Alyssa has thought a lot about this for a moment. If you'll give us just a moment, Alyssa would like to say a few words as well from her heart. Thank you again.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to say that it was such a pleasure for Natural Resources to be acknowledged for this award at the 30th Annual Future of the Regions Award event on May 10th, and to be in that room with all of the municipalities, the towns, the cities, and be one of two under the Natural Environments category to receive this award. It speaks to Duet Preserve as the special refuge that it is for wildlife in our area, such as gopher tortoise, the eastern indigo snake, of course our Florida panther, and others, and it provides that connection to the statewide Florida Wildlife Corridor, which was why it was so important to highlight Duet Preserve for its regional importance, because we know in Manatee County how important it is, but its regional importance and its statewide importance to not only gopher tortoises, but to the other wildlife as well. So very happy to be a part of that. Charlie already recognized the resource management team, but this was not something that occurred in just a year or 2 years. It's 20 years in the making. Day in and day out, the resource management team is out there making those habitats be just solid and able to support all of the wildlife, and then to become another jewel in the Manatee County Preserve System alongside of Robinson and Emerson that we heard about earlier for fisheries. So just very pleased to be a part of this project. Thank you to Charlie Hunziker for our vision, to Charlie Bishop and the leadership team for supporting this project through the first 2 years of permitting, and to everybody else who's been a part of it, and Commissioner Turner for supporting us as well. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, right. I feel like holding it up like this. Thank you so much.
Charlie H., thank you for your team. You guys are just go above and beyond every single day with our natural resources and keeping Manatee County beautiful. And thank you so much and congratulations on this award. It's a really big award for us to receive as a county, and it's a statement to your guys' dedication to Manatee County. So thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to proclamations, and up first is Commissioner Van Ostenbridge with his proclamation, and he brought forward support of the nation of Israel. So, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear, anybody who wants to come down and stand behind us for this, we welcome you to come down. So, when I first made the motion for this, it was, like everybody else, I've been watching the news, and we all know about the absolutely horrific things that happened on October 7th. But in addition to that, there have been really disgusting displays of anti-Semitism throughout this country. Campuses like Columbia, George Washington, UCLA, USC, even at Duke yesterday or the day before. And it's nothing more, it's bigotry. It's nothing else. That's exactly what it is. And when you see bigotry, the right thing to do is to stand up and say the right thing and call it out. And this board did, unanimous vote for this proclamation. I'm very appreciative of that, I think, as are all the folks behind us. So I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation first. The proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. Whereas the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners present this proclamation as a symbol of our unrelenting support for the people of Israel, and as a reminder that innocent Israeli and American victims remain held as hostages in horrific conditions to this day. Whereas the taking of hostages is a criminal act. It violates both international law and decent social norms, and hostage taking by a duly elected government, in this case, the ruling entity of Gaza, Hamas, is simply unprecedented in modern times. Whereas this board condemns the reprehensible atrocities and undeniable horrors faced by these vulnerable citizens of Israel and the United States, and we strongly affirm the right of Israel to security and to self-defense. Whereas, given the recent surge in anti-Semitism right here in the United States, we ask that the citizens of Manatee County stand in solidarity with the nation of Israel and extend support to the Jewish residents, synagogues, and organizations of Manatee County. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, hereby expresses its unwavering support for the nation of Israel and for the betterment of both of our communities in Manatee County, Florida. Adopted with a quorum present, voting this 14th day of May 2024, Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, signed by Michael Ron, our chairperson. Who do we have to accept the proclamation?
We have the board president of the Jewish Federation.
All right, we have the board president of the Jewish Federation of Sarasota and Manatee County. You should have put it Manatee and Sarasota County today, but that's all right. That's all right. Here you are, ma'am. If you'd like to say a few words as well. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate the consideration of you commissioners going beyond what we ever would have expected, and we're very grateful for that. Also, we'd like to thank the people of Manatee County for supporting us in these difficult times.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, we also have Rick too. He didn't get a very good, he didn't get a very good seat. All right.
Well, I just wanted to thank you all. As a representative of a temple here in Manatee County, as the rabbi here, it brings me joy in a time where there's not a lot of joy. Everything that we see on the news is it's disparaging and disappointing. So it's encouraging to stand here today and hear these words and know that we are supported, and we thank you for this very, very much.
Thank you, Rabbi. I have some commissioners on the board. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, my heart goes out to the Jewish community because a lot of the bigotry caused by this, or rather, I'm in the chat there. You got something else to say, or no one good? Good, okay.
We have someone here whose brother fell in service protecting Israel, and Brack.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. I know that's not about that, but I just want to say, first of all, thank you for all the work that you do every single day. We sat here and we listened to all the exchanges that occurred here with the EMS and the Parks and Rec and all the order and organization and everything that goes into everything that you do every day to keep us going. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that. We do not take that for granted. My brother got killed in Gaza on December 6th of 2023. He was a regular man, he was a reservist, and he basically left everything that morning, not because he seeks to kill anyone or war, but because he has 3 little girls at home and a wife that he needed to protect, and the rest of Israel, and in many ways people here, even though they don't understand that yet. And on October 7th, we were all shocked and panicked, and on October 8th, we were even more shocked by the silence, and just did not know if we can come out of our house and what is going on. And we have been so, I don't even know the word, encouraged, held by finding out that we have such a supporting community here in Manatee and Sarasota counties. Our neighbors, our friends have all been there to hold us and keep us strong, and today is just a testament to that. So I just really want to thank you again for making us feel at home. I'm proud to be an American citizen.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I want to say my sympathies go out to your community. I mean, October 7th was an absolute travesty. But really what makes this even worse is top-rated universities don't take any note of actual history. The Jewish people have occupied that land for thousands of years, and they've got a sympathy for the Palestinians. In 1948, that was granted to you, and rightfully so. It wasn't an imperious move or anything like that. It's your land. You've been there for thousands of years. So our universities not recognizing that and taking a different approach is just appalling to me. So my heart goes out to you guys.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My heart goes out for all the families in Israel. I have a special place in my heart for Israel. God's people, the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. Genesis 12 says this, that now the Lord said unto Abraham, get out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show you. And I will make you a great nation, and I will bless you, and I will make thy name great. And thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and I will curse him that curse you. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abraham departed as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abraham was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abraham took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. Into the land of Canaan they came. And Abraham passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh. And the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abraham and said, unto thy seed will I give you this land. And there be an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him. Anybody that goes against Israel will be cursed. That's what the word says. And that's what we believe. So America will stand with Israel all the way to the end. So my heart goes out for you and the families. And as I said, anybody that goes against Israel will be cursed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bearden. Mr. Ballard.
I just want to say, I'm so sorry, ma'am, for your personal loss, and I'm sorry for all of the fear and the hatred and the anti-Semitism that has been witnessed in this country and throughout the world since October 7th. It is absolutely disgusting, and you do have the unwavering support of this board and of the citizens of Manatee County. So thank you all for your strength.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, it's a great day, but it's a solemn day to be sitting up here, and just an honor to be able to do this proclamation. And I appreciate Commissioner Van Ostenbridge bringing that forward, and the rest of the board voting unanimously to recognize our support for the state of Israel, the Jewish folks that live here in Manatee and Sarasota County. Israel has a right to defend itself. It has a right to defend itself. And shame on us and our government if we don't stand and help Israel defend itself against terrorists like Hamas that take Israeli citizens and hold them in captive and torture them and the things that they have done. It's absolutely disgusting. But we stand here today praying for you every day, praying for the nation of Israel, that this all will be resolute and that Israel will stand tall always. And I can tell you this board will stand with you always. So thank you for being here today. We appreciate each and every one of you. And thank you so much for what you do every day for the Jewish community here in Manatee and Sarasota counties. Thank you all very much. Thank you. All right, we'll let everybody move out, and then we'll continue on with our agenda.
Thank you so much.
Hey, George, KVO's going to do his Salvation Army one right now, too. That way, just back to back. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you're going to do Salvation Army also? No.
Okay, well, never mind.
All right. Commissioner Cruz. Will everybody still continue out? Well, give everybody just a few seconds to get out. Huh? She was just here.
I know she will.
Okay.
Her stuff's here.
Maybe she went to the restroom.
Specifically for
Just come. Good morning, Commissioner Cruz.
Good morning. All right, whereas May 14th, 2024 marks Childhood Apraxia of Speech Day, during which awareness will be raised throughout Lakewood Ranch and Bradenton about childhood apraxia of speech, an extremely challenging speech disorder that affects 1 in 1,000 children. Whereas childhood apraxia of speech causes children to have significant difficulty learning to speak and is among the most severe speech deficits in children. Whereas the act of learning to speak comes effortlessly to most children, those with apraxia require early, appropriate, and intensive speech therapy, often for many years, to learn to speak. Whereas without appropriate speech therapy intervention, children with apraxia will have diminished communication skills, but are also placed at high risk for secondary impacts in reading, writing, spelling, and other school-related skills. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 14th, 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Apraxia of Speech Day in Manatee County, Florida. This is adopted with a quorum present and voted this 14th day of May, 2024, and signed by our chairman, Michael Ron. And
Commissioner Cruz, you got some folks behind you, too.
Oh, you.
I'm actually the one who filed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
welcome.
Hello. I didn't prepare to talk.
Come on, ma'am, just step forward. You can step. You can.
But my son Carter has apraxia, so sorry, I get emotional talking about him. So I just wanted it recognized today. Sorry, 1 second. Today's actually National Apraxia Day for the whole country, so it's really cool that it got signed in today. We're all wearing blue, which is the color, and we just want to say thank you. Carter got diagnosed at 18 months, so he's been in speech therapy ever since then, occupational therapy. So it's just really cool to have everything recognized by, it's a rare disease, so people don't really know much about it. So it's cool that it was recognized.
Thank you very much. Very nice. Thank you for coming down.
The kids are awful brave coming down for her.
He usually gets nervous, so thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much, and thank your family for being here this morning. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Next up is Commissioner Ballard with 2 proclamations. One's for Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month, and the other one is for National Drug Court. You got it?
You want to hold him?
Yeah, hold him.
All right.
Just like carrying a football back in the day. I won't spike him. I don't have to go line.
All right, so it looks like we are starting with our Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month proclamation. Whereas Florida's climate and scenery make motorcycle riding an attraction in the Sunshine State, and riders consider our roadways to be some of the nation's best for riding. And whereas motorcycles are increasingly used as a regular means of transportation, and whereas a motorcycle is an important form of transportation for commuting, touring, and recreation. And whereas, as a matter of safety, it is necessary to develop appropriate driving habits to handle these vehicles on Florida roadways. And whereas, more than 1 million drivers in Florida have motorcycle endorsement on their driver's license. And whereas, to prevent injuries and deaths on Florida's roadways, motorcyclists and motorists must be vigilant in their efforts to share the road and ensure the safety of everyone. And whereas, Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month raises public awareness for a lifetime of safe motorcycle riding. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 14th day of May 2024, and signed by our chair, Mike Ron. Do I have to accept the proclamation here?
Good morning. My name
Good
is
morning.
Roy Stunnick. Thank you, Commissioner Ballard,
Absolutely.
and the entire commission. I want to thank you guys for recognizing this. My name's Roy Stunnick. I've been a Bradenton resident for about 40 years. Been riding motorcycles for about a decade. So I've seen a lot of accidents, and as you guys know, there's a lot more people moving to the area, so it's getting more and more dangerous on the roads. So I just, thanks again for recognizing that. I'm accepting this on behalf of Cesar Garcia. As you know, he's got some family stuff. He's not able to attend today, but he wanted me to thank you and the entire commission here. And yeah, I brought a few people with me today that didn't have to work. Everybody else, things a lot of people couldn't be here that wanted to, but well, there's a huge population of motorcyclists in the area, and we're just here to represent those. So, and this is my friend Matt Morrison. He might have something to say.
I do. Can you all speak in the microphone, please? I will. Thank you, sir.
All right, so thank you to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you, Amanda. My name is Matthew Morrison. I'm from Manatee County. I've lived here since 2012. I'm one of the biggest motorcycle safety advocates of the Sarasota-Bradenton area. I've managed groups of over 1,200 motorcyclists. Motorcycle Awareness Month is a nationwide campaign. It aims to increase awareness and advocate for enhanced safety measures that improve motorcyclist safety nationwide. Motorcyclists face numerous safety risks, and it is especially important for all drivers to know that safety practices and cooperation from all drivers can help reduce the number of injuries and fatalities on our roadways. Riding a motorcycle obviously requires some different skills than driving a car. My goal is to try to help motorists understand what's required to operate a motorcycle, and then vice versa. We're not asking for motorists to strictly be aware of motorcyclists. This is an opportunity to spread the word to motorcyclists to also be aware of their surroundings, other vehicles, and the consequences of their actions, okay? Let's see. We do have a very huge event coming up May 26th. It actually begins at the Manatee Technical College on State Road 70. It is a motorcycle awareness ride, and it's going to go from the Manatee College over to the Sarasota Applebee's on University Parkway. We've got a live band, we've got sponsors, we've got raffles, so anybody that can attend, we'd appreciate it. But that's all I've got. I wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to come up here and speak. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
You got something to say?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for recognizing us. I'm very passionate about this. I lost my own father in 2000 to a motorcycle accident. I've lost numerous friends. So all I really want to say is look twice, save a life. And, actually I do want to thank and recognize all the first responders and everyone because, it's no secret that we go down, and they're there to help us every time. And Sarasota Bike Life stands with Israel. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, there's one more. Oh.
I am. I'm on the board. Oh, but he's holding a baby. Hey, guys.
Let me get you there. Hang on.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I'm a motorcycle rider. I've been riding for 45 years. It's that whole sense of freedom. Experienced rider. As experienced as I am, excuse me, September 22, I had a bad one. Broke my back, smashed my foot. it was a pretty bad one. So creating more awareness and creating the drivers. I mean, that was definitely a motorist, cutting us off. But so I appreciate you bringing it forward. It's important. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ballard.
So next, we are going to talk a little bit about National Drug Court Month. Drug court is a passion of mine, and I have seen many, many success stories come out of drug court. I was a child welfare attorney for some years, and I will say that the success stories that I have seen come out of drug court are absolutely unprecedented. The support that people receive through the drug court program is absolutely amazing, and that's why over the past year, this commission, for the first time, has funded drug court through our regular budget process rather than that grant funding, which every year they were always a little nervous as to whether they were going to be able to continue with what they were doing. And so we just appreciate them and the recovery that they provide to so many people throughout the community. So with that, I will read the proclamation. Whereas 2024 marks the 27th anniversary of the Manatee County Treatment Court. What began as a standalone drug court now includes a veterans treatment court, a healthcare court, providing more opportunity to residents of Manatee County. Whereas since 1997, the Manatee County Treatment Court has more than 1,500 graduates who demonstrate that the Manatee County Treatment Court, with its 81% success rate, has significantly improved substance abuse treatment outcomes and reduced drug abuse and related crime. Whereas the treatment court has reduced drug abuse and related crime, and has done so with less expense than any other justice strategy, which is amazing. Fewer than 20% of Manatee County Treatment Court graduates recidivate, and there have been 85 drug-free babies born during this time. Whereas the drug court movement has grown from 12 original courts in 1994 to a national organization of 3,057 operational drug courts and 3,882 problem-solving courts as of December 2020. And whereas Tuesday, May the 14th, 2024, is designated as the day Manatee County Treatment Court celebrates National Drug Court Month and the promise of recovery and restored hope to treatment court graduates and their families. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Drug Court Month in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 14th day of May 2024, and signed by our chair, Michael Ron. Mr. James? Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Board of County Commissions for supporting our drug court program. Actually, it's now called National Problem-Solving Court Month because the drug courts have more. We started with a drug court. Now we have a healthcare court which serves people with mental health problems who enter the system, and we have a veterans treatment court for our veterans. And both are doing all three are actually doing very well. But I just want to say thank you to this particular commission because you guys really stepped up. You funded us. You took us off that grant thing. The other thing that did was it opened the door for our law enforcement providers to actually utilize that money for things in our community. So I want to say thank you guys for that. Our motto in Manatee County for our treatment courts is changing lives one day at a time. And I brought some people with us today to talk about how our treatment courts have helped change their lives. And two of the ladies here today actually have two of those drug-free babies that we talked about. So they're here to talk about how their lives have been changed.
It ain't me.
Hi, my name is Nancy Collins, and if I can do this without crying, I always cry, I'm such a sissy. But a little history, in 1978, I became a career firefighter up near Baltimore, Maryland. I served for 20 years, retired, raised a daughter, and then in 2001, the way things can change in your life is astounding. I started doing 2 different drugs that I thought I would never do. And the methods of doing them, I thought I would never do. And for the next 17 years, I spent that hard-earned pension on drugs and ruining my life. And it just spiraled out of control until July the 10th, 2017, when I was arrested. Because of the amount of drugs I had on me, I was facing prison. That was unacceptable to me. I didn't want to be called Granny and have everybody steal my commissary. So I paid a very expensive attorney who went to the state's attorney and got me into drug court. And I wasn't happy. You know, I started out in the groups. They called me Negative Nancy. I was just there because I had to be, and this was the way to stay out of prison. But sooner or later, I started seeing that these people really cared about me. They provided me with a doctor who got me on psychiatric meds to deal with my PTSD and depression. They gave me a life that I wouldn't have had. I'd have been dead. Jails, institutions, and death. That is what drug addicts get. And because of drug court in Manatee County, in July 11th, I'll have 7 years clean. And this man right here has me, I run one of their drug court groups. As a matter of fact, it's at 11 o'clock. I got to get going. So I just want to thank Manatee County for providing the funding and everything so this wonderful organization can function. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sharon Smith, and drug court saved my life. I used drugs for over 30 years, and I said, well, this is what I'm going to be, and so I embraced being an addict. And so was it a year ago, I didn't get arrested, I got rescued, I say. I got, my husband is a graduate of drug court as well. He has 27 years clean. Yes, my husband. And so at first I kind of kicked and bucked a little bit. I wound up going to the 28-day program, and it was the best decision I made in my life. I graduated drug court December 14th, which is my birthday. I graduated on my birthday. It was the best birthday present I could ever received. My life is amazing. I have a job. I've been on my job over a year. I'm getting emotional too. My kids. I'm a part of their lives today. You know, I'm not a failure anymore. You know, I'm somebody today because of drug court. You know, and I'm so grateful to Alfred. And anybody with a family member that's struggling with drugs or alcohol, there's hope for them. It doesn't have to be through drug court. It's AA, NA, and that nature. So I'm so blessed today. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Austin Colhane. My story's a little different. I was a drug court graduate in 2018. I came into drug court in 2016 through wreckage from my past of what we do for the ways and means to get what we need. I came in 5 months pregnant. I had my daughter, Tristan, who's 7 today, clean on February 24th of 2017. I graduated the program, put about 4 years together, and I went back out. I was searching for something that I kind of went through the motions with the first time I graduated drug court. Checked the boxes, but didn't internalize it and project it. So here I am again. Today marks 4 months out of Manatee County Jail and in the recovery pod. I want to thank, first of all, my Heavenly Father for getting me into that pod. That's where this transformation that you see before you started. In there, I met some wonderful people from High on Jesus, Hand Up to Victory. It led me to being the house manager at Journey to Greatness today. I'm able to share my experience, strength, and hope with other women today. I was able to celebrate my Mother's Day as a mother that's being present in the present today. The card that I got from my kids just spoke volumes that they can see the difference. And I'm just being who God sees me to be today. So for that, I am truly grateful to each of you and to Mr. Alfred, to Miss Monica, to Dina, for my chosen family, because we're all chosen. So thank you.
To the council members, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity that you've given me to come before you this morning. To make my story brief, I'm a recent graduate of drug court, and I'm grateful that this county gave me the opportunity because the counties that I were at prior was not giving me these opportunities. I'm a 5-time convicted felon. I've been in and out of prisons all my life, and I was facing another prison sentence, but because of Manatee County and this man right here, he gave me the opportunity to change my life around. To make a long story short, right now, I've been clean going on 3 years now. I'm also an assistant manager at a restaurant. They allowed me to go in there and count their money now. And I'm also a Marine Corps veteran. And because of this program has opened a lot of doors and opportunities for me, I'm absolutely grateful. Hopefully, if I come back before the board, I'll have my associate's degree in business. But it all comes back to the opportunity that this county and this court gave me. And that's all I asked for. And it gave me that incentive and the drive to be a functioning member of this society, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
Last but not least, the perpetual one.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for what you do, and thank you for having me here. I have been coming here every year for 12 years now. I literally count that by my daughter's age. So on Thursday, she'll be 13, and we'll be here for 13 years. For me, drug court is extremely important. I wouldn't be here had it not been for drug court, but Manatee County Drug Court is even more important than the rest, because when I came into this, we can call it an adventure, I did it for some of the reasons that other people frown upon. I came in literally to not go to jail, not go to prison, to face my prison sentence. And I thought that I would be smarter than the system. But Owens and Alfred and Dina here kept wrapping around all the sneaky stuff that I thought that I could get away with. Now, when I continued, it was taking me a long time. I went into my second year and I ended up getting pregnant as a member of drug court. Now, I obviously don't want to display that as a method to recovery, but what it did was it gave me a purpose, right? So I could have discussed all the things I wanted in group and treatment, but I didn't have a purpose or a reason to stay sober. So for me, luckily that worked. I come back here every year to remind myself of where I came from. I was a huge burden for the city. I was a huge burden to the police force. I have a large amount of criminal charges. But today, with patience and time and help from the courts and help from Alfred, I have all my clearances. I went and got my associate's, bachelor's, and 2 master's degrees. I am now the hospital administrator for Centerstone, and I started that March 4th from being the CEO of a hospital in Arkansas. So not only did I do it, I did it good, right? So I am coming back around and helping tenfold for all of the things that I did. I also, to maintain my sobriety, I always come here every year, but every time I go to a different town for growth, I have to poke in on their drug courts, right? I have to. And let me tell you that no other county that I've been to yet from here to Arkansas would have accepted me with my criminal charges. So for me, that's super important. Getting in there, I volunteer time for groups. I come speak whenever I can and just help them find their purpose and help spin around the amount of skill sets that we did acquire in our addiction, because there are many. You just don't think of it the same way. So thank you all for supporting Drug Court, and thank you to you.
I'm going to say just a little bit more because I am very passionate about what y'all do at Drug Court. I will just say, look at these stories. It's absolutely amazing. Drug Court is taking people who have been a burden on society and making them into success stories who are contributing to our community and making things better. And I think that we spend about $500,000 a year to fund this program. And for that, imagine how much we're saving and the burden that we're taking off society and the lives that are being transformed. So I appreciate the program so much. I just truly love it. And congratulations to you all for your recovery.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Commissioner Ballard. All right, up next is Commissioner Van Ostenbridge with a proclamation.
You're up.
That's my boy.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Morning, sir.
Commissioners, I have the Salvation Army, which, as we all hopefully all know, has been in Manatee County for over 100 years. Great community partner. All right, proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida. Whereas the Salvation Army's only business in this community of Manatee County, Florida, as everywhere, is still human business, undertaken with joy for the family of humankind and the greatest glory of God. And whereas through sound, innovative, and professional services, the Salvation Army serves the people of Manatee County with unshakable faith in all, no matter how desperate the situation, and views all people as people with possibilities. And whereas the Salvation Army gratefully served 1,111 men, women, and children with a safe, clean environment to sleep in 2023. And whereas the Salvation Army of Manatee County served on average 250 meals each evening to our clients, the homeless population, and Manatee County low-income residents. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 13th through May 19th, 2024 shall be designated, known, and set aside as National Salvation Army Week in Manatee County. This is adopted with a quorum present, voting the 14th day of May 2024, Board of County Commissioners, signed by the chairperson, Mike Ron. And who is here?
Kevin,
All right.
this is for you, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Bless you.
Yes, and Major, if you'd say a few words as well.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm really, Amanda, I'm upset. I was hoping to hold the baby. But it was a great pleasure for us to be here with you this morning and to see this committee, this chair in action this morning, and the care that you all have for all of our community. Jason, thank you for your words earlier today and to bring us back to Scripture. The Salvation Army is based and we're started because of Scripture. The founder of the Salvation Army back in 1865 said to the people around him, there is people that need us, and they need us more than we could ever imagine, not because of who we are, but because of whose we are. Today we're in 134 countries across this world, and we're in every county across this United States. I've been to many of those locations in my 30 years as an officer and a cadet in the Salvation Army. Prior to that, I was in a community, actually in several communities, working, meeting the needs of the people as a police officer. And I spent all of that time looking for the bad in people. And for these last 30 years, I've been looking for the good in people. And I shared this with several other folks last week. There's more good in people than there is bad. And we're so grateful to be a part of this county, this community, this tribe, if you will. In June 1923, actually on the 23rd of that month, there was two people that were given the dubious task of coming to Manatee County and starting the work of the Salvation Army. And they had one pledge, if you will, and that was meet the needs, no matter what, others. And that's the importance. I'm thankful to say that over this last year that I've been here with you, I've seen that the Salvation Army and the community is continuing to do that. It does take a village. You've proven that this morning with the proclamations and the accolades that you've given. But I don't know if you all caught it. Taking care of Amanda's child while she was working. You proved to me that you have others at heart. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. I'm not going to say anything more about the Salvation Army other than to say this. We stand ready for another 100 years to do whatever needs to be done to meet those needs. We've got several of my people here with me today, and I don't know if any of them want to talk, but I have Julie Showers with me. I have Kelly French with me, and I also have Paul Fowler. And Paul works very closely with those others as the director of our social services, helping to meet those needs in those places. Anybody want to talk? Okay. We've got an 11 o'clock meeting that we're having to run to as well. But I do have something for you. I gave Kevin one before he walked away. This is our challenge coin. And every day, sorry, you get over there. Every day, we challenge those who come through our doors. And we challenge our volunteers to do their very best. Salvation Army a few years ago started a thing that they used as basically our brand, and it's doing the most good. And when I first saw that, I thought, man, that's so self-serving. But I'll tell you, as it started to grow on me, I understood even more, because we do strive to do the best that we possibly can, the most good each and every day. But on the back of our challenge coin, I have two manatee, a mother and her cub. But underneath where it says doing the most good, it says because of friends like you. And I have one of these for each of you in here today that I'd like to, if I can, present them to you. Usually y'all give us something, but I want to give something back. And I want to say thank you for your support and the love that you've shown to us and to this community. You guys are doing, and ladies are doing, a phenomenal job. God bless you in the days ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
So I just want to say, I don't want to talk too long because I know that you guys have places to go. But just thank you so much for everything that you do in our community day to day. You see people at their most desperate, and but you don't throw them away. You see their humanity, and you do everything that you can to help them, and we appreciate that so much. And thank you also for recognizing my colleagues, because it really has been amazing to be able to come up here with a newborn baby and to have so much support and love from my colleagues and from the community who have allowed me to do something a little bit different, and I appreciate it so much. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Major, thank you so much for what the Salvation Army stands for in our community. Commissioner Ballard and I, we're out there with the homeless all the time. And for what you do for our homeless community in Manatee County, it's just amazing. Bringing them in, giving them meals, taking care of them, and helping them get back to where they need to be and to be members of society. So thank you very much for what you do every day, out there every day doing it, out on the streets with the homeless population, making sure they're okay, making sure they're taken care of, making sure they're getting medical and all the right things that they need. And we need more of that. So thank you very much, sir. And thank you for your staff being here today. and appreciate you. Thank you very much, and we're proud to give you the proclamation, so.
God bless you. Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Bearden has our last proclamation of the day, and what we like to do is, once he's finished, we're going to take about a 10-minute or so break to give staff and everybody a minute. Yes, ma'am? No, there's just one more, ma'am. The other one was not going to be read into the record, but it was voted on. That's all right. You're good. Thank you, clerk.
Awesome.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the pleasure today to give a proclamation for Memorial Day. You know, the greatest expression of love is what? It's giving. That's the greatest expression of love. You know, John 3:16, we're going to go to, I'm full of scriptures today. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. There is no greater love. John 15:13. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for his friends. I've had the opportunity to experience the warrior spirit of some of the greatest Americans of my generation and those in the past. I've experienced freedom. I've smelt it. I've tasted it. And I've seen it. So today, it's an honor to be able to give this proclamation on Memorial Day, because it hits me differently, especially when you've escorted best friends to mothers to receive their Purple Hearts. You realize the cost of freedom. It's not free. And every one of these public officials that's up here today has the duty to protect the Constitution, as those did on foreign lands. So this Memorial Day, whereas Manatee County recognizes the importance of paying tribute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service of our county. It is with a heavy heart and deep sense of gratitude that we honor the sacrifices of our service men and women, parents, children, loved ones, brothers, and sisters in arms, friends, and all those known and unknown who have given their lives in defense of our nation. The dedication and bravery will always be remembered and revered, and whereas Americans have raised their right hands in defense of peace and freedom against threats of tyranny and aggression, the dedication and bravery shown by those who have served in battle are commendable, and their contributions are to safeguarding these values. And whereas we express gratitude for the soldiers, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, merchant mariners, who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service of our nation. Their selfless dedication ensures that we can continue to uphold and cherish the liberties that are fundamental to our way of life. And whereas we understand the importance of carrying the torch and ensuring that the sacrifices made by those who fought to preserve our way of life are not forgotten. It is our responsibility as the living to honor their memory and hold the values they fought to protect. And whereas on May 27th in Manatee County and throughout our nation, we acknowledge the significance of ceremonies held to honor all veterans who have laid down their lives in defense of freedom. These ceremonies serve as a reminder of the sacrifices made by veterans and the importance of preserving the freedoms they fought to uphold. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 27th, 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Memorial Day in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present on voting this 14th day of May 2024, signed by our chairman, Ron.
Good morning, County Commissioners, County Administrator, Madam County Attorney. I'm Renee Medina. I am the Veteran Service Officer for Manatee County and the Manager for Veteran Services. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of some area Memorial Day events that will be held to allow all of our citizens to honor our fallen heroes. First of all, we're going to be starting off our ceremonies on the 16th, on Thursday, at the Sarasota National Cemetery with the Carry the Load event. The community is asked to meet at 8:15 to see off the relay team, raising awareness and providing ways for Americans to connect with the sacrifices made by the military members and families. On the 25th, Saturday, will be the 9th annual Flags for Fallen Vets at the Sarasota National Cemetery. That will be the laying of the flags at the 35,000 grave sites at Sarasota National Cemetery. Our annual Memorial Day event at Sarasota National will be Saturday, May 25th at 10 a.m. at Patriots Plaza, and there is no registration necessary. On the 26th, at Lakewood Ranch, Main Street, they'll be holding a block party at 5 p.m. and a parade at 6:30. It's called the Tribute to Heroes Block Party and Parade. That's an annual event, and this is their 4th annual. For our Bradenton annual Memorial Day service, Manatee County Veterans Council invites you to join them 9 a.m. May 27th at the newly named Donald L. Courtney Park. The guest speaker will be the Palmetto Mayor Shirley Grover Bryant, and there will be a laying of the wreaths. Memorial Day Patriotic Symphony Salute will take place with the Anna Maria Island Concert Chorus and Orchestra on May 27th at the Anna Maria City Pier at 10 a.m. And last but definitely not least, Memorial Day at 3 p.m. there is a national moment of remembrance. It's an annual event that asks Americans, wherever they are, at 3 p.m. local time to pause for 1 minute to remember those who have died in military service to the United States. And thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Bearden. You know, as a Marine Corps veteran, I'd like to thank every veteran that's out in the audience today for their sacrifice and service that they've given to our great nation. And as we move on to Memorial Day, I think we've forgotten a little bit about it. It's not about barbecues and hanging out with your friends and mattress sales and all that type of stuff. It's about remembering those that gave the ultimate sacrifice so we could be here today and the freedoms that we enjoy today. So I thank Commissioner Bearden for his passionate speech. Thank you, sir. And we look forward to Memorial Day, and just please remember what Memorial Day is about. What I'd like to do right now is we usually have a 10:30 break. It's 10:43. So what I'd like to do is take a recess to 10:55, and we'll be back at 10:55 for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you very much. Good morning again, and we are back. We had a lot of presentations this morning, so we appreciate everyone bearing through it and bearing with us on that. So what we do next now is we open the floor for citizen comment. This is a 30-minute time limit, and each person gets 3 minutes. We ask that when you come forward that you state your name and your county of residence. We have 6 speakers that would like to speak this morning, and the first speaker this morning is Deanna Sabo? If I pronounced your name wrong, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Dina Sabo. I'm a Manatee County resident. I'm here today again about the animal shelter conditions. We started these conversations over a year ago, and I'm here today to remind you that what progress was made has slowly fallen away, and the dogs are hitting at 120 in capacity. We're back down to 2 people being charged with the care, the feeding, the medical, and cleaning of all of the shelters, which, as you know, is a dauntless, impossible task. 2 people cannot manage 120 dogs. So at this point, we are warehousing the animals as we were over a year ago. Everyone was so great here, and you offered temp workers. Those are all gone with the promise that we would be fully staffed, and we're not. And I'm asking you today to get those temps back and put an emphasis on getting the shelter fully staffed. We have waited, we have asked nicely, we have written emails, and here we are. God bless the people that show up and do this job. They're underpaid, they're overwhelmed, and there's not enough of them, and they're set up to fail every day. And with that being said, I think that we've also had a conversation regarding the Animal Shelter Advisory Board. Where's the status on that? You all were supposed to be revisiting which advisory boards were going to become active again. We need that. We need to have open conversations. We need to talk about how we're paying a dog trainer to play with the dogs 4 hours a day to the tune of $845. 4 hours for $845. I love him. I love what he does, but he's only catering to the minority of the population. He can help about 20% or less of the dogs. That leaves 80% or more without proper training, without the rehabilitation that this money was allocated for. In January, we spent $9,295. In March, we spent $10,985. February, $7,605. 33 invoices for a total of 132 hours. That's working out to be about $27,885 for the minority of the dog population. We have a real problem, and we have to stop warehousing. And this money, while it's generously advocating for the dogs and allocated for them, it's not being used to maximize the benefit to the majority of the dog population. If you take those numbers, this first quarter at $27,885, and you project that out, that means we're going to pay for this trainer $111,000 of taxpayers' money for the equivalent of part-time work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Joyce Jordan. Please state your name and your county of residence, ma'am, and you have 3 minutes.
Joyce Jordan, Manatee County. You all remember me. I was here last year, and I wanted to thank you for moving Manatee County Animal Welfare out of Jody's division. That was my suggestion, and it is a much improvement, but things have not changed. Actually, they've gotten worse. We came to you over a year ago about the terrible conditions at the Palmetto Shelter. We were promised that new kennels would be built at Bishop, and all the dogs would be moved there, hopefully by spring of 2024. Palmetto would be condemned because it's rat-infested and unsafe for the animals and the humans that work there. The dogs are suffering because they don't get out of their kennels enough. They're stressed from the overcrowding, and then they bite. And then that makes them unadoptable, and this is what's happening too many times. Again, they're understaffed with 120 dogs and not enough volunteers and not enough employees. 2 staff only on Sunday and other days during the week. You've got us some temporary employees, and that helped. But those temporary employees are gone, and they're short-staffed again. It's hot outside, and that limits the walking times even more. We told you the problem was management, and that management has been replaced. Unfortunately, the new manager, Jen Hume, who hasn't even been publicly acknowledged as the new manager, is in charge now of deciding who lives and who dies and who's scheduled to work. She rarely goes to Palmetto. She needs to be on site to see what needs to be done. The manager needs to be there. Does she know the dog population or the needs of the staff? No, because she's not there. You said you have no control over county employees, but one person up there does. You, Charlie Bishop. You are the county administrator. You oversee all the county employees, so why isn't anything being done about animal services? How did these people get hired? Some of the volunteers who are much more qualified applied for these jobs, but were told they weren't qualified. It was an opportunity to change things around at the shelter, and it was ignored. What's holding up the kennels at Bishop? Nothing has been done. Those dogs are still suffering, and we'd like to know what is going to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Tammy Valenti. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your name and your county residence?
Yes, my name is Tammy Valenti, Manatee County. I come here to suggest an item for a future agenda. I'm a funeral director in Manatee County. Us, like many other agencies and employee workforce, is also understaffed. But we do provide service to the county utilizing the Manatee County Burial Assistance Program. This program's funds haven't been increased since 2008. That's 16 years of us incurring price increases to us and not receiving funds comparable. Again, the county provides the majority of the county assistance. Funeral program is $535. You're welcome to call any funeral home in Manatee County or anywhere and see if you can get a cremation for $535. You cannot. That doesn't cover the cost of the funeral home to provide this service to the community. Actual cost to a funeral home on average is between $475 and $500 per person. And this is a low number. Some companies are higher. The county provides us $535. 35 of that dollars goes right back to the county as a medical examiner permitting fee to provide us permission to proceed with cremation itself. So that doesn't count our man hours, the amount of time it takes for the funeral homes to qualify families for the community service program, to complete death certificates, contact doctors, to acquire death certificate completion, meeting with the families, acquiring the necessary information, legal forms, signatures, and all of the things that goes in with the funeral homes, service to their families. Funeral directors, on average, have a checklist of 118 items per family, and that's just for the simplest service we provide. In addition, we take the time to talk to the families, provide them outlets for counseling, grief. Sometimes it's just a conversation that they need and, understanding what and why. We are kind of an invisible association or workforce until you need us, but we are very valuable to the families we serve, and the funds realistically need to be looked at to see how this can be improved on our side as the people providing this service. And just so you're aware, very few funeral homes now will even accept a county assistance family as they're doing it at a loss. And can't be expected to provide a service at a loss of funds. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Franklin Perez. I don't see Mr. Perez. Once, twice. Okay. Next is Pat Simmons. Good morning, ma'am. For the record, can you state your name and your county residence? We know you.
Pat Simmons, Manatee County. I just have a few quick things to say, but if I run over, please just extend me a few more seconds, if you will. First of all, there are PSAs out there that police and sheriff offices around the country are doing now to keep people from parking in access lanes. And what those are is you have a handicap spot, and then those X'd out spots next to them, those are there for a reason. If a handicap accessible van needs to lower a ramp to get a wheelchair out, that's the reason for those access lanes. And yet I see it on a daily basis that people are parking in those. Even people with handicap placards. So if somehow the county and law enforcement could partner up and do a PSA to educate the drivers that is not acceptable. They are finding people $300 for parking in those spots. Second of all, can you please do something about banning the use of speakerphones in public places? There's places up north that that have banned the use of speakerphones unless you have headphones or earpods. Just a thought. And the third thing is I want to thank you. I made a simple ask last time about the check-in process, and from there, Carmine informed me that it's a couple weeks out, but there will be a separate kiosk for people with disabilities to sign in. So thank you. And the last thing is we're starting a task force for people with disabilities. And it's Carmine and I have partnered up. So thank you for the support for that. And let's see where it leads. But I'm hoping that it starts to give voice to the voiceless for all people with disabilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right. The person on the name was Mr. Perez was on there twice. He's not here. So what we're going to do now, we're going to close public comment, and now we're going to move to the. All right. So, is there anyone else that wants to come forward? Captain Carter, you signed under consent, but you want to speak after this. So, yes, sir, come forward.
I'm going to put this up, I guess. I don't know what this is here.
Yes. Charlie, there's somebody's cell phone down there and whatever. Yeah.
This, up or?
We'll figure it out.
All right.
Hey, John, you're going to give that to the clerk when you get done?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just a brochure of the Manatee County. My name is John Zanatakis. I'm here for Coral Shores, and I just want to show you where I'm at. I'm right over here in this area right there, and you can see the proximity to the Gulf of Mexico, to the Sarasota Bay, and I'm here about this little spot right there, where that little mark right there, that's where a collapse of a seawall, just a simple seawall, just like my seawall, no other difference. The only difference is that over time it was dredged out in front of the seawall, and now the seawall turned into a dam. They called it a dam. The commissioner called it a dam. It's not a dam. It's a seawall. It hasn't been replaced. Code enforcement, there was a complaint in 2022. For some reason, they keep saying it goes to the top. So explain to me who at the top handles code enforcement issues. This is a simple complaint. It's a seawall that got damaged. It's gone through swift mud. They said that there was a civil war. The civil war is over. There's nothing to prevent these people. Code enforcement doesn't even have a provision for not having enough money to pay for a repair. So just follow the ordinances. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for anything new. Just asking for someone to take the charge, follow the proper procedure, for to be respectful to the citizens, the community. I'm the president of the association that takes care of the channel. It's this brown area. That's Sarasota Bay. You just designated this number 8. That's the boat ramp. That's a public area. That's where people go and they fish. I have charter boat captains come in to my canal. I can see them. They're right there. They're casting. They're throwing cast nets right in front of my house. They're catching mullet. They're manatees. That Florida Wildlife, FWC has acknowledged that they're concerned that the manatees are going to get harmed. And the only way to fix all of this is to repair the wall. If they repair the wall, then it's fixed. But the fact of the matter is that you can't sitting on your hands and saying, oh, we're not going to do anything until they repair the wall. That's not going to get fixed. SwiftMud doesn't have the authority to enforce a time frame. I'm here to ask, put a time frame on this. Put a time frame. That's all I'm asking. Not asking for anything new. Not asking for some sort, I'm not asking for money. In fact, quite frankly, the money would probably be there, but there's no avenue. The commissioners have taken away the MSBU process from canal property owners, and we can no longer even administer that. My hands are completely tied. I have no way to enjoy the fruits of my labor. All the things that I've done to be successful, I can't even enjoy them because it's done. Manatee County is taking that away.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Captain Carter, you were signed up under consent, but I figured you want to come up on.
All right, Thomas Carter, Manatee County. Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, Manatee County Public Works never approached parcels 102 and 107 for this project in Creekwood. The land administrator gives notice to the public occupiers. It's got a lot of people to notify. However, this project is funded under the ROW volunteer and construction in the current 5-year work program. This is taking longer than anticipated, and at time, no parcel is under contract with Manatee County. So this phase is most likely to take 1 or 2 years to complete. No construction will begin at least for another 2 years. At this time, there are no plans to take this project to eminent domain. The fellow parcels. Other parcels that were denied their rights in this project are firmly against it. Closing remarks are, thank you for understanding the concerns of the parcels and occupiers who were also denied their rights. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that'd like to come up and give public comment on a future agenda item? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close citizens' comment on that. Is there any citizens' comment regarding consent agenda item only? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close citizens' comment on consent. What I'll look for is approval on consent with except for item number 28.
It's not up.
Yeah, it's not up yet. All right, we'll just go ahead and
Move to approve.
Second.
all right, move to approve was, a motion was made by Commissioner Turner, seconded by Commissioner Cruz. Oh, there, it's up now, okay. So everyone cast your votes now. All right, the motion carries 6-0. Item number 28, Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I pulled this just for dialogue and clarification to, mainly to the public to understand it. I had a lengthy conversation about this during a CIP briefing to try to figure out what was going on for the first part. This is for anyone who's not following the agenda. Watching at home, number 28 is just a budget amendment. We have it every time. There's just, I think, 15 or 20 of them on this one. The first one has to do with the 3 parking garages, and I just found it odd that this was, one, coming up now without further discussion, and 2, on consent, because the parking garages were important enough that we had a full work session on it last August, but not enough to put it on an actual agenda now. And here's my concern. When we had the work session, it was a non-voting work session, and it was a bunch of head nods basically saying, sure, staff can utilize some time to look into some conceptual ideas of design, and my assumption was, and my conversations at the time were, it would get brought back to determine which of those, because we're clearly not in a position to build 4 parking garages. I thought it was going to be a little more of a deep dive with staff time to come back and make a determination on which, if any of these, we want to move forward with. But we never had another discussion. It's been, 9 months since that work session, and there hasn't been a single word of discussion about these parking garages, at least to me, during this process. And now we're being asked to approve $3 million, not even to design these, just to come up with a concept of the framework of how we want to propose somebody design these things. And that just seems like a lot of money. We say we're fiscally conservative here. We say this is tax dollars we're spending, but we're designing things that we haven't determined whether or not we want to build or even have the funding to build at this point in time. I just think this is premature to use it. I've been trying to get that little sliver of Mulholland Road built that we promised Twin Rivers 2 years ago. And I was told it was $5 million, and we couldn't just build it. We had to go through the CIP process, wait until the summer, and bring it up then, because it was $5 million. But we're moving this on to CIP with $3 million, just sight unseen. I just don't understand why we're doing this. Like, there's a lot of steps we can take. Like, I do commercial loans, and before I go spend a client's $20,000 on an appraisal, I do my own assessment and determine whether or not it's even a viable project before I spend somebody's money. We're talking about public-private partnerships. I asked, did we research whether or not you could even charge for parking at Premier? Those are all third-party tournament operators. Both my kids play travel sports. I've never paid a penny for parking at any tournament, any place in the United States of America. We need to figure that out. And if we can't, we need to have a better handle on what the future funding source is. We should have been able to rough out some rough numbers and ideas and a conceptual idea of how this was going to be funded, if this is going to be funded, what's going to get kicked off the CIP if it's going to be funded, before we spend $3 million of taxpayer money. I honestly just thought we would get more information and a little bit more guidance and ability for insight before we started expending money. So that's why I pulled it. We talked about yesterday. You gave me some explanations on what this money's going towards and how it's going towards. So I just wanted to bring you down because people were asking what's going on with these parking garages. So I thought if we had a work session, we at least deserve to give the public an idea of what this next step is. So.
Carrie Knight, Director of Property Management. I want to thank the Commission and the County Administrator and County Attorney for the opportunity to speak today. My understanding of the process that was put into place is we're bringing on an architecture firm to do a pre-design criteria package. That pre-design criteria package then gets included with RFQ for a 3P partner to come to make proposals as to how they would build the building, how they would finance it, how they would make money off of it, whether or not it would be a pay parking situation or maybe the county is a leasee situation where the 3P becomes basically the bank for the county. That's kind of the process that's in place right now. Should the commission decide to do something different, of course, staff would follow the commission's lead on whatever you decide.
All right, but I mean, is this just, I mean, it seems like this is almost a cart before the horse. Like, you're saying a lot of good things. I mean, everything you just said are things that are steps that need to be taken, but we do have a large, very intelligent staff here that has the ability to determine if any of these parking lots or parking garages are viable for paid parking or not. I mean, Bradenton Beach is charging paid parking right now. Have we assessed what the utilization is at, what they're charging per hour on that, what the backlash is on that to determine whether or not paid parking in that parking garage makes sense? Have we looked at other tournaments? Have we looked at, you go to Orange County and go to the convention center there, you don't pay for parking there. Have we assessed whether or not that's a viable paid parking location? Have we talked to parking garage builders to just fundamentally get a basic idea of would any of them be interested? Because again, it's still $3 million of taxpayer money, and we have a lot of infrastructure, a lot of sidewalks, a lot of needs in Manatee County, and every dollar is important because we're trying to collectively lower our millage. We're trying to take good stewardship of taxpayer dollars, and $3 million is $3 million. It may not be a large percentage in a billion-dollar budget, but it's still other people's money. And if there's things we can do ahead of time and say, we assess this, and the one at Premier just doesn't make viable sense at this stage, or the one at the convention center, the one at the beach, at least that saves $1 million. And again, that's $1 million that could be utilized elsewhere. I just didn't get the sense from our conversation and from the previous 9 months that this 9-month process has resulted in any greater assurance of the viability of any of these parking garages. It just seems like we went down the path for 9 months, and now we're going to spend money and get ourselves pregnant on getting some design work done to move forward, entirely basing this on the assumption there's going to be public-private partnership. Because when I asked, nobody gave me an answer on where you're talking $30-50 million per parking garage. That's $100 to $150 million for all three of them. That doesn't count the one downtown that has to be done. That's a significant amount of money. I'd like to see some assurance before we start spending people's money. I think there's better uses of that money. There's backlog on things I'd rather spend $3 million on if there's things we can do in-house beforehand.
County Administrator?
Yeah, I appreciate the commissioner recognizing we have a intelligent staff and a very talented staff, but we're not experts in parking garages. We've never built one. We inherited the current one that we currently have. We are relying on Elliot Fachon, our tourist development expert and director of Convention and Visitor Bureau, who has stated numerous times that he believes there's the ability to have a private-public partnership at these three locations. As you all well are aware, we do have two very viable economic development drivers coming to Premier that we feel is going to drive this parking garage. This does gives us the ability to conceptually design it, get the design build criteria package out on the street so we can speak to those experts that build garages and see if there's a need or a want for somebody to public-private partnership with us.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Administrator. A quick question. The $3 million, it covers all the garages, Premier, all of them. I mean, what do you know, does the $3 million, does that help us with our design criteria for downtown, or that's a whole separate issue?
The design criteria package for downtown was already approved at the previous agenda, and that one's already in progress. These three are about a month behind, so that budget amendment that you see today is just for these three.
Okay, so we're not going, okay, are we prioritizing the parking garage like Premier's first, then the next one, then the next one, or are we just saying that we're spending all $3 million to get three sets of design criteria and we'll go from that point forward?
It's 3 sets with 3 different architects. It was split so that we didn't overload any one individual firm.
Okay. Have we based on what would be the greatest need first as far as the parking garage, other than downtown?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cruz, anything else? No. All right. I'm good. County Administrator? All right. Any other commissioners? All right. So we need to have a motion.
Well, can I make one comment then, just to affirm?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I feel like Satcher right now. So given what Commissioner Cruz was mentioning, and and you guys know the process better than what I do. This would be the protocol in order for us to try and move forward then. This is how you'd vet it out. We need to spend the money in order to vet it out, is the question.
This is the decision that I've been told that we're following. So, yeah, I would assume that this is
Right.
because of the size of the structures and the amount of complexity. The choice was to go really deep into a design criteria package so that it would answer a lot of the questions as far as what could be done, what the setbacks were, so that all of that initial research was pre-done for the companies that wanted to look. So they'd kind of have all that research and everybody be on the same
You
playing
need this as a precursor for us to send it out for construction. Is that correct?
It'd be sent out for a partner who would be basically a design-build firm that would design it and build it. Yes.
And Commissioner, we've got Jake Erickson, our
I saw him in
procurement
the back.
in the back. He's helping us with this process. Again, this is new to us. Carrie's relatively new to the county. As Commissioner Cruz mentioned, this is 9 months into the workshop, but previous to that, we've been discussing it internally. Jake, you want to add anything, why we came to this decision?
Yes, hey, Commissioners, Jake Erickson, purchasing official. So the reason, excuse me, why we advertised for the design criteria package is that Florida Statute 255.065 specifically dictates if we are going out for a public-private partnership, we have to have a design criteria package. That's the basis for the solicitation itself. So that was kind of the decision after the public-private partnership was identified as the way to go, and we put that out, and this is where we're currently at right now.
That's very helpful, Jake. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake.
You bet.
Sorry, Gary.
That's all right. Well, I have done a 3P before, but it was a single tenant. It was a much smaller project. It was a much smaller dollar amount, and there was a design criteria package, but it wasn't to this extent. So,
All right, thank you. We have a motion to approve moved by Commissioner Van Ossenbridge, second by Commissioner Bearden for the adoption of Budget Amendment Resolution B 24063. If you cast your votes at this time. Okay. And the motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff. All right, moving forward. This is where we get into advertised public hearings, presentation upon request. First up is financial management with the appointment of one appointment to the resident to the Infrastructure Sales Tax Citizens Oversight Committee, who is presenting for financial management.
Good morning, board members, county administrator, county attorney. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm here to present the appointment of vacant positions in the IST Advisory Committee. And we came here March 12th to appoint 4 positions. There was one vacant for one member who passed last January, and this is what we are filling out today. It's for the purpose of the public who don't know what this committee do. It was established to act in oversight capacity to prepare an annual report to the Board of County Commissioners. This annual report, what they have to do is to make sure the expenditures are consistent with the subcategories and percentages provided. They also has to be sure the expenses are consistent with the IST project list. They also have to make sure any changes to the IST project list were made in accordance with the Resolution 18/130. They also have to make sure any changes of the infrastructure sales tax project list were approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So, next slides. So this is the current members of the committee, and we have the vacant position. This position, even if we're filling it out today, the term expires in 2025 because it's filling out a current position. So we also have Jack May, Leland Taylor, Alan Morer, Andre Rousseau-Pegues, George Nicolopoulos, sorry if I didn't pronounce that correct, Richard Hagenbach. So now, mentioning the candidates that you have in your consideration to appoint one. Member is Richard Lupi, James Liddy, Cynthia Warren, Stacy Mason, Casey Rachet, and Paul Satz. If you have any questions for me?
Any questions? All right, I'll open up I need a motion to open up nominations for the ITS vacancy. Motion to open. Okay, thank you. Anybody have any particular one they'd like to appoint? All right. I'll read through them real quick again. Yeah, that's it. What you have on the board is the applicants that have applied for the vacancy.
Well, Ray, I'll nominate Cynthia Warren, the real estate broker.
I do know her. She's.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know her too.
Well, I'll nominate Cynthia.
Okay. All right, thank you. I need a motion to close nominations. Thank you, sir. All right. All those in favor of Cynthia Warren being appointed to the ITS committee, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Huh?
Well,
He made the motion, he seconded. Turner seconded it.
to close,
Then he made the motion to close, then Commissioner Cruz made the. Then you second the motion to close? Yeah.
Cruz made the motion to close,
And then-
Turner seconded.
And Turner seconded it. So I'm sorry, I'm pointing to people, clerk, you can't see up here. All right. So Cynthia Warren has been appointed to the ITS committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Up next is a county administrator, appointment of a citizen member to serve on the 2024 Value Adjustment Board, and appointment of a commissioner to serve on the 2024 Value Adjustment Board.
Good morning, Chairman, County Administrator, Commissioners, and County Attorney. I am Vicki Tesmer with the Manatee County Clerk's Office. This is the time of year again where, per Florida statute, the board appoints 2 members plus an alternate to the Value Adjustment Board. One of those commissioners will be appointed as the chairman, which requires a motion, and then we also need a motion for the citizen member. So if you'd like to do the commission members?
I currently serve on the FDAB. I'm the chair, and I do actually really enjoy the FDAB, or, sorry, the VAB, sorry.
Glad you do.
On the VAB. I would love to stay.
Okay.
I enjoy it. I'm actually volunteering, right?
Okay,
Yes.
all right, so we don't have to, we have a volunteer. So, do we need a motion to, we need a motion to approve or appoint Commissioner Van Ostenbridge to serve on the VAB. VAB, sorry, VAB. Can I get a second? Second, somebody second, okay. Okay, okay. All those in favor? Aye. All right, God bless you. Yes.
I see the clerk shaking their head. Can we restate who made the motion and who made the second? Yes. So who made the motion?
Commissioner Bearden, Commissioner Turner seconded it. All right, thank you, sorry, ma'am. And then then we need to go to, do you need
We need a second member, and we also need an alternate.
okay,
And did that motion carry?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we have, how many applicants do you have for, you have 2?
Well, this is actually, we still need another member
Oh, we need
from the
another member?
county commission, and we also need an alternate.
So you need 3 commissioners to be on the
Yes,
board?
please.
So you need
Yes.
a chair,
A chair,
alternate, and a 3rd member?
correct.
I'll
And then
nominate
we'll
Commissioner
also.
Turner.
Okay.
Okay, as the alternate, we've had Commissioner Cruz is nominated, Commissioner Turner to be as the alternate, and
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
just to be clear, are you doing the alternate or
Yes.
the member at this time?
Member.
There's 2 members
there's 2. Oh, there's 2 members, okay.
You've elected the chair.
Yeah,
You
and now we
need
need
to
a
do the
member.
member
Okay,
and then an alternate.
Okay,
Make
so we're
Ray
doing
the
the
member.
member now.
Yeah, make Ray the member.
Okay, so
You'll
Ray is
enjoy
the,
it, Ray.
Commissioner Turner is the member, been nominated by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by Commissioner Bearden.
Is the clerk okay? Are you caught up on that?
So Cruz nominated, KVO seconded, me.
Correct, and then we need a motion to close that nomination.
He made the motion to close the nomination. Commissioner Ballard seconded the closing. So and then we need to vote on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all those in favor of Commissioner Turner being the member to the Value Adjustment Board, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 100%. There's no nays.
you.
Okay, now we need
An alternate.
alternate. Wow, it's got a lot of commissioners on this board. I can't make a nomination, so.
I nominate Commissioner Ron as the alternate.
Second.
All right, well, the motion to appoint Commissioner Ron as the alternate was made by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by Commissioner Cruz. Huh? No, I'm commissioner on that thing. All those in favor of appointing me as the alternate to the Value Adjustment Board, say aye.
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 Wow, this took us a while to get through that.
I had to vote for myself. All right, so does that take care of that, clerk?
Well, we would
We need a
actually.
member.
And then we need a motion
We need
to,
need a
have
citizen.
But we also need a motion for the chairman.
I thought we picked.
Well, we picked,
Oh, okay.
made the motion for
Okay.
Commissioner
Thanks.
Van
That was in the
Ostenbridge to be
same
chair.
motion.
In
Okay.
fact, he volunteered for it.
All right, thank you. And yes, if I may say something before we do vote for the citizen, Sylvia Fedor is the only one who actually qualifies. John Blazejack does not own property in Manatee County, therefore he is not qualified to serve on the board. The citizen member must be a homesteaded property owner.
Move to approve, Sylvia.
Second.
All right. Okay, we had a motion to approve Sylvia Fedor by Commissioner Turner, seconded by Commissioner Ballard as the citizen member to the Value Adjustment Advisory Board.
Thank you.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously.
Thank you very
Sylvia,
much.
welcome aboard.
And I will be getting in touch with the new members, and we will schedule our first meeting of the board at the end of August of this year. We typically have 2 to 3 meetings a year for Value Adjustment Board, and I promise to make it as painless as possible.
I just hope the chairman and the member appear to those boards.
Yes, and if one of them cannot attend, then we would ask the alternate if he could please
Thank you very
attend.
much, clerk.
Thank you.
All right, now getting back to property management, item 58, adoption of the budget amendment, B24083, execution of contract for sale and purchase from BZ LLC for property located at 616 67th Street Circle East in Bradenton. That's in District 5.
Good morning, Commissioners, County Attorney, County Administrator. My name is Charles Metter. I'm the Property Acquisition Division Manager. The agenda item you have before you today is adoption of a budget resolution as well as execution of a contract for sale and purchase. And what this allows the county to do is move forward with acquiring the site that is currently occupied by the Sheriff's Office, MSO, in their District 3, our District 5, Commissioner Turner's office. The Sheriff's been there since about 2015. And the property wasn't for sale, but the owner was thinking about selling it, so he approached the sheriff's office and wanted to know if they were interested in buying it. And so the sheriff's office got a hold of administration as well as the property acquisition division, and we took a look at some values internally. We never got a formal appraisal on it. We had it valued at around 4.2, and they were wanting to sell it at 4.8, and we were able to reach an agreement to acquire it at $4.4 million.
Okay, thank you. The sheriff will occupy this space until his new space is built, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And then once the sheriff moves to his new space in a couple of years when it's completed, we'll maintain this space for public use for the county for
That's the
what administrator needs it to be used for.
That's a conversation I've had with the sheriff and Major Dixon, but we don't have a formal agreement in place, but we've had those conversations.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. All right, there's a motion up on the board. Motion. Okay. Without any other questions for Charles? Seeing none, I need a motion. It's up there, it's on the board. All right. Okay. All right, the motion's been moved by Commissioner Turner, seconded by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. I didn't even get a chance to vote. Can you change? I didn't even. Yeah. No, I think we can pay cash, can't we? Can you pull that back down? I didn't even get a chance to vote. I'm going to vote yes, but I mean. We didn't need you. No. Abstain. Yeah. I want to share it. Thank you, ma'am. The motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Charles. All right. Coming up next is a report by Community and Veteran Services and a report of the System Advocate Program. And who is here to present on that? I see Nathan's there. And friends.
Good morning. It is still morning time. My name is Johanna Bevel, and I'm pleased to introduce Nathan Scott. He's the Child and Family Wellbeing System Coordinator, and he will be providing the presentation for the annual update on the System Advocate Program. Take it away, sir.
Right. Good morning, Commissioners, Chairperson Ron, County Attorney, County Administrator, and we are like 19 minutes to lunchtime, so I actually have mostly good news considering the system we're here to talk about today, which is the Child and Family Wellbeing System. Some of you might call that the Child Welfare System, so we're talking abused, abandoned, neglected kids and their families. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that should be pulled up, hopefully. Attached to the agenda item, from what I understand. I do have a
Nathan, for the record, can you state your name?
Oh, thank you, Chairperson Ron. Nathan Scott, for the record, Florida Department of Health.
Thank you,
Child
sir.
and Family Wellbeing System Coordinator.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So while we're waiting on that to be pulled up, like I said, we'll skip through some. There we go. And one other question: are you guys controlling the PowerPoint for me? Okay. So you'll control it for. Okay. All right. Excellent.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah,
So
okay.
here we go, and I'll keep this to. Like I said, we have mostly good news to report, which I'll get to in a second. But the first thing I wanted to talk to you about, because I know there's some things that have been big ticket items for you guys for the past couple of years, are the child protection investigations transition, and also that the funding that we were able to score over the past couple of years in terms of recurring funding for child welfare services in our counties. So as of July 1st of 2023, the Manatee County Sheriff's Office did transition all child protection investigations over to the Department of Children and Families. That transition is fully integrated. So there is no more Sheriff's Office doing child protection investigations in Manatee County or in the other 6 counties where they were doing investigations. So any child protective investigation now is through DCF. That went as smooth as could be expected, and actually the turnover rate did not, it was rough there in the beginning, but I think things have kind of smoothed out. One thing I'm going to bring to your attention for this year is that we are having some work groups. The one potentially negative thing that you might hear this morning is the focus of our work groups, and really we're looking at some of what we're calling high need, high risk, high utilizer youth that are coming into foster care with significant behavior challenges, lots of criminal behaviors, lots of sexually perpetration behaviors, mental health issues, and so they're not safe with their families, and now they're coming in and we have other kids, and so they're not safe with other kids, so they're causing us a lot of issues. Now we'll talk a little bit about that population, but I wanted you to know that we do have a community-wide work group across our 3 counties, Sarasota, Manatee, DeSoto, talking about prevention. So how can we keep families safely together? How can we stop these families and these youth from escalating to crises like these in the first place? How can we, if you see something, say something. If we're having 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds starting to act out behaviorally, let's try to get help before they're 15, so we can kind of stop some of these really high escalating behaviors. And we're also looking at the intervention and treatment side of things in a second work group. And so how do we adequately serve those families, those kids, and the youth that are already in these deep-end human services systems? Our plan as a community is to have community strategies developed, one-pagers, so to speak, by October 1st that we will provide to county leadership for all 3 counties, also to our private funders, and really any state leadership, anybody who will listen. So next slide, please. I know most of you, at least the majority of you, I believe, have been around since we've been talking about the underfunded child welfare system. And then 2 years ago, which, again, thank you. You guys know we really appreciate, as the system folks, that you went to bat for our local community-based care organizations and child welfare system to advocate for equity in funding. And so we did end up getting that 2 years ago. I briefly reported that we got that recurring funding last year, but I wanted to show you what that funding was being spent on so you could see where those dollars have gone. So I'll point out just a few things on this particular slide. This is for our 3-county area right here. So you see that light blue, that is case management salaries, that's dependency case management. So you can see, as we said, we would increase dependency case management salaries, and that's where the majority of the dollars are spent in the entire budget. But I want to point your attention, you heard me talking about these high-end kids that are coming into care. That dark blue, that's our second highest expenditure, that is in licensed group care. Right, so if you see that is our second highest expenditure rate across the 3 counties. Now, if you look at the little green sliver, that is prevention. And so what we want to do is shift those dollars from that really high-end services for very few kids to preventing kids from reaching those high-end levels, right? The other sliver I'll point out to you is that purple sliver. That is client services. So these are services for families, for youth, to either keep them out of the system or to help them get their families back together. So we want to see that green and purple sliver kind of rise. We don't want it to come at the expense of case management funding. So we do, where we see the next best thing, let's reduce group care if we can. So next slide, please. So talking prevention and diversion, I just wanted to show these numbers. So we'll go through this pretty quickly. You have a copy of the PowerPoint. So I just really want to point out that as you see here, you'll see these numbers in prevention are really, really large. So I'll start with kind of the highest end of prevention, and this is before kids come into out-of-home care, before they come into foster care. And so in our safety management and our crisis support, this is after an abuse report has been called into the state. But we have served about, you can see over the course of years, 1,247 kids this fiscal year, but last fiscal year it was 3,727 kids. That was 10 times more kids served in prevention than actually came into out-of-home care. That's huge. That's the shift I've been talking about with you guys for a few years. You save money by serving families and kids in prevention. It's better for the families. The outcomes are better when we do this in prevention. And then we're only removing those kids that are really at risk and a safety issue. So we're seeing that shift in our 3 counties and here in Manatee County, and that's great to see. We also, I just wanted to point out, we do youth prevention services, which is school-based counseling to kind of help offset some of those things that maybe the school folks need some assistance with. So far this fiscal year, you see 203 children and about 400 last year. So we'll go to the next slide. And then the last 2 prevention and diversion programs, I think what you may not know is we have the Child and Parent Together Always program here locally, which is actually for at-risk pregnant women who are using substances during their pregnancy. And so that's the primary focus are those women and those moms. And the idea is very similar to what you heard with drug court is to help them to seek recovery, hopefully potentially have a drug-free baby, but also to help them kind of manage that new baby and recovery along the way. So they've served 68 mothers this year, and last year they served 131 moms. So that's incredible. We want to see them serving any of those moms that are struggling with substance use. And then based, again, you'll see this kind of theme on these really high-end youth that I was talking about at the beginning. We developed a new program, again, with some of those dollars that came down from the state. That is diversion for youth ages 10 to 17 that are at risk of deeper involvement with either the juvenile justice system or the child welfare system, or are duly served by both DJJ and DCF. So that's available for DJJ to access, and that's also available for the school district to access. And so far, since that program came on board, of course, we had to staff that up and everything, so they've served 21 youth so far this fiscal year through January.
Nathan, can I ask you one quick question?
Please, go ahead.
So, we have ERAT services for families after an abuse report has been called in. Do we have anything that's for the whole family before they get to that point of an abuse report?
That is an excellent question, Commissioner Ballard. We do have a few things that are out there. DCF has created Hope Florida, which is a Hope line instead of a hotline. So we have been referring families to the Hope line, and that's been actually very successful. But what we're trying to talk about locally is how can we develop strategies and programming and whatever we need on the front end before a hotline call is made. Because once a hotline call is made, we're probably at crisis, right? We want to get before that. So we're actively talking about that. What does that look like? And part of that's taking place in some of the, and I'm just going to call it work group 1, the prevention work group. Even though our target population are these high-risk youth, how do we prevent families in general from getting to crisis? And part of that is getting in front of the hotline call.
Wonderful, thank you.
Sure. All right, next slide. So this is Manatee County by the numbers, just to show you what's happening in the child welfare system. So this is just a snapshot. You know, we're always a few months behind, so we're going to go up from July to January. And you can see that a little over 3,000 hotline reports, and your comparison to last fiscal year is right beside there. 62% of those hotline reports have been referred for investigations for Manatee County, so that's a little over 2,000. And of that, you have almost 4% of those investigations that result in a removal. So through January, you're only looking at, and I say only lightly, right? 83 kids is too many, 83 too many. But historically, if you look at what you saw last fiscal year, we're already halfway through, and we're less than halfway towards that removal rate. So the numbers are trending in the right direction. So you currently have 539 kids that are under protective supervision, and then the breakdown of that is right below there. So you can see how many kids are in out-of-home care, relative, group care, foster care, et cetera. 147 kids in home. And then the number we really, really want to watch is that independent living population that are ages 13 to 17. So you have 60 kids in that population right now in foster care. And we'll talk a little bit about why that's important to watch in just a second. I'll tell you.
Nathan, you're going quick. You're going quick.
I know. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about lunch.
Okay, got it.
So foster care.
Yep.
You're saying, I'm defining foster care as a child has been removed from the home and they're living with a foster family.
Okay. Yep.
Is that what you're defining it as
that's
as well?
accurate. Yes.
And you have
yes,
183. I don't understand what independent living is 13 to 17.
Okay, all right. Thank you, and sorry for going fast. Let me back up. Let's back up to the out-of-home care numbers right there. We'll start with the 392. That's the total number in out-of-home care for Manatee County. You go to your relatives, that's just like it sounds, that's with grandma or aunt, uncle. Non-relative is a legal term we use for maybe coach, godparent, that kind of thing, known to the child. And then yes, the 183 is a family foster home. And I will also point out, because you see that that's larger than relative, right, in terms of numbers. So that is also including our level 1 licensed homes, which are relative homes that have been licensed foster parents for the relative that they're caring for. It's a little. Oh, go ahead.
Do we have the breakdown of level 1 licensed families versus traditional foster homes?
I have a little bit of that coming up in a couple of
Okay.
slides when we look at the out-of-home care capacity. So some of that is there.
Okay,
Yes.
and then I'm also very impressed by the removal level this year, and I'm very curious to know what's happening that's causing our removals to be so much lower than in the past.
And you will be more impressed as we look at the graphs and the data, and it's happening across the states, and we'll talk about some of those reasons why, for sure. So before I move on from this slide, independent living. So those 60 children are just in out-of-home care, licensed out-of-home care. So it could be the licensed level 1 with a relative, or level 2, or in a traditional family foster home, or in licensed group care. So they just happen to be ages 13 to 17. And that triggers independent living status, which means we do have to provide them life skills training, prepare for the unfortunate event that they may age out of foster care. We don't want that to happen. We definitely don't want 60 kids to age out of foster care, but those 60 kids, that's that age group that are in foster care that could potentially age out at 18.
Yeah, I think the word independent living kind of throws everybody. I mean,
probably a bad term, but that's what they call it at the state level. So that's
they're 13 to 17. They're higher risk of aging out of foster care, and so at that, I assume you're having some kind of like life management skills program that's coming into play here.
100%, Commissioner. You're absolutely on point. Once they turn 13, there are requirements for certain trainings and skill building, educational components for those kids as they move through the system, and that actually becomes more intense as they turn 16 and 17.
At the
and
risk
those
of
kind things.
hijacking your presentation, can you quickly give us an explanation of what quite literally aging out of foster care looks like for that child?
I can give you a quick, a big 30,000.
Don't worry about lunch, you're fine.
Yeah, got it. So if a child turns 18, and we try, unfortunately, it could be at midnight when they turn 18, that if a group home or a foster home could say, less likely for this to happen in a family foster home, but could say, okay, you're 18, and so liability insurance, like you're an adult, you have to move on out, and good luck. The statistics for kids who age out of foster care are abysmal. Only about 5% of them will go on to any form of higher education. That's college, that's technical school, that's any of that. The vast majority will end up homeless. They end up with criminal histories, incarcerated. Substance abuse is more prevalent among youth who age out of foster care. It's just not the ideal thing we want to have happen. And so I will be happy to tell you, and I think this is on the permanency slide, so far this fiscal year, we've had one youth age out of foster care for our whole circuit from July 1 until March, in most recent data that I looked at. But that's one too many, right? So when they do age out of foster care, there are voluntary things that are available to them. Again, voluntary is the key word, so they can opt for extended foster care, which the current foster parent can say, I will allow this youth to stay in my home until they're 23. They do have Medicaid available to them until they're 23. They do have a tuition waiver for any Florida public school that's available to them until they're 26. If they are in school, there's a stipend that the numbers have changed, but it's a little less than $2,000 a month that they have access to if they're in school. That could be towards their books, towards their rent. And so there's a couple of other emergency programs that can help them with rent, with car payments and things. Keyword is voluntary, and unfortunately, a lot of those youth, if they've been in care for a long time, when they reach the age of 18, they're done with being in care and they're done with kind of the state involvement. And so tend to come back maybe at age 20 and say, I realize I probably should have accessed some of those supports. Can I still do it? And they can, but there are cutoff dates, cutoff ages for certain things at 21, 23, 26.
Are there scholarship opportunities specifically geared towards kids in and aging out of foster care?
I don't know the actual answer to that. I would venture to say yes. I know for sure there's the tuition waiver. I don't know of an.
What does that mean? There's a tuition.
So if they and I can speak from it as a state employee because I get one as well, and I'm actually using it right now. So back to school 20 years later, it's kind of crazy. So you apply at a certain time for whatever classes that you're pursuing, whatever degree program, whatever technical school. It could be a technical school, and then the state will actually pay the college the tuition fee. So there's no exchange of any dollars from the youth to the college. They have to, there's some paperwork to fill out. There's a certain time frame they have to register. There's, some of those bureaucratic technical things.
That sounds like a scholarship to me, ultimately.
It is. It's essentially free. It's free tuition.
It's free tuition at state universities and technical schools as well? Okay.
Correct. Yes. Certificate programs, those kind of things.
Hey, Nathan, real quick, if a child stays and turns 18, is in school and doing all the right things, they can stay in foster care for how long? To what, 21? Is that correct?
21 or 23. They keep changing it, but let's say 21, but I think it might be 23.
And there are certain requirements they all have to do to stay in that type of program.
Correct.
Okay.
If they extended foster care itself is actually a thing. So that if they extend foster care, then there still remains a case with the judge. They still have access to the judge. A lot of kids don't opt for that because of that, like I said earlier, sometimes they're just done, but that is an option. Or foster parents can agree to have them stay with them. I mean, there are so many different ways we could access the dollars. We could access the PES dollars, that less than $2,000 that I was talking about earlier, and work out an arrangement with someone to pay the rent to them. So we have some housing providers locally that are doing that with some of our youth that have aged out. So there are things available to them. Again, it's working with them to make sure that they know that those are available and that they want to access them.
I think that's the key, is that I think that there are great resources available for youth who are coming out of foster care and who are reaching adulthood. Like the state has provided the resources that someone would need to reach adulthood successfully, but by the time that kids age out of foster care and get to that point, so often they don't want to be part of it. They have a whole lot of trauma, and they are just not at a place where they're actually taking advantage of the resources that are available.
Right. Great points, Commissioner Ballard. And actually, this is a really good conversation to be having about this particular age group, because as we go through the rest of these slides, you'll see that our out-of-home care population is actually aging. And so as our removal rates go down, which you'll see in a second, most of you know, have heard me say our number one removal age group is under 5. So that's going down. As our removal rates go down, the removals for kids under 5 are going down. They're still our highest, but they're going down. But what you will see is our removals of kids ages 12 and older are going up. And you'll see, actually, I'll show you some slides here in a second, that that trend is also being seen in the juvenile justice world, with arrests going up for those age groups. And I will tell you for sure that our foster care system is not built right now for older kids. It's really hard to place teens with family foster homes. We don't have a lot of foster homes that are willing currently to do that. So as our population ages in out-of-home care, if that's the trend that we see, it's going to be problematic, because that means we'll need more group care potentially. And group care is, with Families First Prevention Services Act, the federal government won't reimburse us after 14 days, calendar days, unless they meet certain criteria for certain types of group care. So we have to be really careful on where kids go and where they're placed. And so there's some barriers that could be coming up. So this population, this age group, is really important for us to talk about right now. Everything. Commissioner, I appreciate the questions and really diving deep, as always. I really do. To me, this is secondhand, and so I forget sometimes that I have to explain some of those things so that everybody kind of gets it. But I wanted to give you some visuals. This is from the Department of Children and Families. Where are kids being removed in Manatee County? You can see here with the heat map. You can see with your zip codes. The zip codes, that this is showing you, the heat map is cumulative over the course of the fiscal year. The zip codes are only for 2 months of the January and February there, so you might have more, but there's the visual for the county. So if you go to the next slide. Again, from DCF, Commissioner Ballard, to your point earlier, you can actually see the removal rates going down since 2018, and that's dramatic. I mean, as you well know, Commissioner, a couple of you have heard us talk about, since 2015, we were the highest, or in the top 5 of removal rates in the state of Florida for a while, and that was due to the opioid epidemic. And you can see significantly we are dropping in removal rates, which is a great thing. And so as I go to the next slide, I'll attribute that to a couple of things, so you can go on to the next slide. Thanks. This is just another view of, gives you some numbers. So what the last slide showed you was removals. This is showing you the number of children. It is, again, removals, but for all 3 counties from the Safe Children Coalition since fiscal year 2012-13. Again, you can see 15-16, that was a really, really tough year for us, for the community, and so we've slowly decreased down, but that you can actually see that last fiscal year we had the lowest removals in a decade in our circuit. That was trending across the state, and if you scroll to the next slide, let me see if I can, so I'll pause there and tell you why. Why is that happening? It all goes back to those first couple of slides, that conversation that we were talking about, prevention. So our prevention services are serving 10 times more kids. Again, 10 times more kids and families in prevention. And I don't have the exact number, but I can confidently tell you that only about 2% to 5% of those kids served in prevention end up in out-of-home care. So that's what's happening. We're serving kids in prevention, and additionally, the hotline has went through some additional changes where previously, historically, Florida has been one of the states with the highest acceptance of an abuse report at the hotline level, and sometimes in the 60 to 70%. So sometimes you're getting folks calling in reports that don't necessarily need an investigation. You know, it could be a family, even though it's a crime to call in a false report. Could be a family feud or something, or you know, who knows what. And so there has been a drop, a very slight drop in the acceptance rate at the hotline. And what's happening is they're diverting those calls that they're not accepting to the Hope line for prevention to tackle. So those families aren't just, you know, out there kind of fighting on their own. So there's a couple of different things that are happening right now in the prevention part of things that are really speaking to those drops and removals. And we'll take advantage of that while we can. And so you'll also see when we get to workforce, our caseloads are dropping because of that. So it means we can work with families that really need that intense work a lot better.
So looking at this, you have foster beds, 120 in Manatee. Below it, it says medical beds. There's a dash.
Sure.
Does that mean there's 0?
What that means is I don't have the Manatee number, that I only have the circuit number, so I have 6 spread out through Circuit 12, and that could all be in Manatee. I would have to get that exact info for
Then
you.
homes, there's a squiggly line next to the number 19. It's approximately 19 foster homes in Manatee County, but there are 112 in the circuit. So clearly, we're not doing a great job of having foster homes, are we? We don't have our fair share.
So, good question, and I wrote down some to clarify some of the number here for here. So I'm going to go to the bottom, and then I'm going to jump back up to the tops to explain a little bit about what I have written there in the text. But yes, so I checked, and our traditional foster homes in Manatee County, that number as of March is actually 20 homes. So 19 when I put this together. That does not include our private faith-based organizations that license homes. So we do have some of those in Manatee County that will add on into that 120 bed total. And that also doesn't include some of the medical beds and some of the therapeutic homes and those kind of things. So these are the homes actually licensed by Save Children Coalition for Manatee County.
Where do you, I don't know, I guess the right word is, where do you source new foster families, new foster homes from? I mean, how do you recruit these folks? And if so, you know, talk to us about that.
Yeah, so I can give you what I know. I've never actually done that work, really. But it's every community-based care organization has a foster care recruitment person or team, and that they're responsible to try to recruit foster parents. And these days, what we tend to use is social media, events, tabling, offering opportunities. And what we found really successful is partnering with our faith-based friends and colleagues so they can go out into their congregations, their communities, their connections, and do some recruitment that way. So there are some faith-based organizations that license homes, actually a couple of them. And so it's a hard gig. I'll tell you, our number one recruiting tool are actually our current foster parents. Our existing foster parents, talk to a friend, that's the number one. And it's a tough, as you can see with the homes. Now, when homes close in our circuit, they tend to close because of an adoption, so their home is at capacity in a good way. Very, very rarely do we have closures where people are like, I'm done with this. It happens. Or, you know, for other reasons, it tends to be that the home reaches capacity. And so that's why the homes close. So it is a tough gig to recruit foster parents.
So we've built up our communications department, and they're doing really great work. And this is the reason that we did it, is for instances just like this, so that we can help you. For instance, your job isn't necessarily recruitment. We want you to focus on case managers and taking care of kids. But I'd love for the administrator to get with you and hook you up with our communications department. You know, you all are responsible for the targeting and where the message is spread, but it would be great if we could help you create some content. And if that means bringing in foster families to do, you know, videos and tutorials, that sort of thing. But we want to help you create some content so that you can get that out into churches and synagogues and all the right places, whatever you all determine those places are.
Absolutely.
And Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I absolutely love that idea. I think it's great. And I will add, you know, I personally know probably half a dozen foster families in the county, and the ones that I know are mostly licensed not through DCF. Do we have the numbers for foster families who are licensed maybe through the faith-based organizations versus DCF? Because I think that looks like there are maybe less foster homes than we actually have available.
We do have those numbers, and so I couldn't break it down by county, and so the ones I could are the ones that I put on here.
Sure.
So we can get that info. It's there.
And
for
I mean,
sure.
we definitely need more, that's for sure, but it's not quite as desperate as it looks there on paper.
Very true. Thank you. That's why I had to look at it again. I thought maybe I entered that wrong, and then I was trying to figure out a better way to report that out, and so that would probably be better to just, I can send you actually the most recent out-of-home care report that just breaks all of this stuff down and kind of highlight where
Right.
that is. Yeah.
No, it's good to have that clarity, but I still would like to hook you up with the communication and just establish that relationship, and then when you have needs,
Mm-hmm.
then you can just reach right out to them.
I think it's a great, and just like we were talking about a few minutes ago, as our population in out-of-home care is aging, we will have needs.
Your needs will change.
We
Absolutely.
definitely will have needs. So definitely appreciate that connection.
We're here to support you.
Commissioner. Absolutely. And we feel it and we appreciate it. So thank you for that, for thinking about that connection. I do want to point out here, I'm actually going to reference back to, as we looked at all of those great removal numbers, I didn't tell you why are kids being removed, and I usually do that, so I want you to know why are kids being removed in Manatee County, and this is really similar across our circuit. Number one reason is substance use, and it's illicit substances that are the number one reason. Inadequate supervision is number two. Those usually go hand in hand. You've heard me talk about that before, for those of you who have been around for a little bit. If you're high on opiates particularly, you're much more likely to pass out and let your 2-year-old wander out into the street, and thus there's inadequate supervision, right? Number three is substance use, alcohol, and then our number four, our number 3 and number 4 has been domestic violence for years for the reason for removal. That dropped out of the top 5, so our number 4 is inadequate housing, and I'm sure that's not a surprise to those of you guys who, our housing situation is dire I think across the country, but definitely here. And then our number 5 reason that I want to point out is abandonment, okay? So when we talk about these high-risk kids and these high utilizer kids, the number one way they're entering into foster care is not because they themselves are being abused, abandoned, or neglected, is because their parents or their caregiver or their adoptive parent is calling a report in saying, can no longer care for my kid, they are too dangerous to be in this home, they need to be taken away. Or they're not picking them up from a Baker Act, or they're not picking them up from their arrest. And thus they get charged, that parent will get an abandonment allegation verified. That's the number 5 reason. So it's real, it shows you in the numbers of why kids are coming in. And so I have here on bullet number 2 where you see that continued increase in lockouts. Lockouts is our term for parents that call in reports and say they're not picking their kids up, so they've effectively locked them out of the house. Now they're in the system, and that youth has been abandoned to foster care, right? And like I mentioned before, those kids are coming in with multiple arrests, multiple Baker Acts, violence, sexual assault, predatory behaviors. These are 13 to 17-year-olds typically, but it's getting younger. And then when I say it sounds dire, it is dire, it's really tough. But we're going to talk about the numbers of how many of these kids are coming in. And right now, think like 30 kids, 30. This isn't 300 kids. This isn't, even 90 kids. This is about 30 kids. But you'll see, if you go to the next slide, what happens is there's no safe placements for these kids. There's lack of services, property destruction. We've had staff, case managers being assaulted. I don't care how much we raise case manager salaries. If they're being punched or their cars are being stolen, their properties being destroyed, it's hard to keep them, even though our turnover has actually been so much better. What you see here is the cost of out-of-home care broken down by licensed facility-based care and licensed family foster home care. The blue is family foster home, facility-based care is red. So think of only 11% of the kids in out-of-home care total are in the group care category, but it's 18% of the entire budget at a $6.7 million plus price tag, right? And think that all of these 30 high-risk, high-need, high-utilizer kids are bouncing from home to home, which usually means that the next home is asking questions on how is it safe for this kid to come into here, into this placement? And so then most of our group care facilities are double occupancy rooms, right? So if this kid is unsafe to be around another kid, then we have to pay for both beds instead of just the one bed. And they're usually asking us to do one-on-one supervision in addition to their staff for 24 hours. So you're paying a person to just basically be with this youth. You're paying for both beds. And still, we have trouble keeping them in stable placements. The cost is, as you saw on the previous slide, it's extremely high. So this just wanted to illustrate the low number of youth, but the high cost that we have here. So we can go to the next slide. I think there's something else I wanted to add there. Just let me make sure. I will actually add, just as before I move on to this, that we're going to dive a little deeper into this tomorrow at the Public Safety Coordinating Council, so we can talk a little bit about crossover youth. Commissioner Ballard, I know you'll be there, so we'll look a little bit more at that population of youth. But for today's purpose, we'll move on to wrapping up the system report from an overall perspective. Permanency, goal of our system is when these kids come into care, we want to get them to a permanent home, preferably back with their families if we can do that safely and in a way that makes sense. If not, let's get them with family and we can close permanent guardianship or an adoption. We want to avoid the aging out of care, right? So as you can see here, the numbers are showing us that reunification, 75 kids had been reunified up to January. This is Manatee County. Permanent guardianship, 48 kids. Permanent guardianship is just a legal term when we have a child placed with a relative or a non-relative. It's a permanency option that does not require a termination of parental rights, less restrictive. And so a parent, if they get get into recovery and everything is great in 5 years, they can come back and ask the court to reopen their case to get custody of their kids back. If we go termination of parental rights and we go adoption, that option doesn't exist, right? And then here you see a couple of your numbers for this year and last year of kids that were aging out across the circuit. And 93% of our children exited to a permanent home, and I think it was great. Another way to look at the reduction in removals is our net entries are down 99 children, so we are having less kids come in and we're getting more kids out on the back end, so our net entries have actually reduced by 100. And there's just some comparison there at the bottom. Next slide. I wanted to just give you some visuals on some of our contract measures that we're required to these are usually a combination of federal and state. So when kids come in, we want to get them home within 12 months, and you can see in Circuit 12, we're way above statewide average. At 40% of our kids do go home within 12 months. Statewide, it's 29%. That, again, if they don't go home within the 12 months, they're going home within the next 12 months. Again, we're above statewide average there, getting kids home. And when they go home, we don't want them to be abused, right, when they go home. So no abuse within 6 months of closure of services. We're not at statewide average, but we are above the 95% threshold that we're required to be at. So some improvement needs to be done there, but we're trending in the right direction. And then the children who, when we send them home, we don't want them to come back, right? We want to send them home and everything is happily ever after. So the kids who do not reenter care within 12 months, you can see that we again are over, we're meeting contract and we're over the statewide average. So next slide. And here's where I want to just compare what you're seeing in the child welfare system, what I've described to you with the juvenile justice system. So historically, over the past few years, the intakes, the arrests have gone down across the state, across juvenile justice, and you can see that picking back up here from I think that's 22, 23, if I'm not mistaken. So if you could go to the next slide. Just another view of how arrests and this is actually youth actively receiving DCF and DJJ services. So these are crossover youth. That's what we call crossover youth. This is a statewide number, by the way, the 828, but you can again see the increase of kids that are dually served. Dually served youth, that creates problems in and of itself for state systems to talk to each other and coordinate with each other. So just another illustration of issues out there with our youth. Next slide. And this here, Manatee County, I wanted to highlight school arrests of all offenses across the board. And you can see we were trending in the right direction and now kind of shot back up. This is just an illustration that we're seeing big behaviors with youth, and it's crossing over multiple systems, right? So next slide. And I know we've talked a lot, especially a couple of years ago, about workforce. So I just wanted to get you an update on how the workforce was looking. In terms of child protection investigations, this is a statewide graph that you see here. It's hard to read, I know, and I apologize for that. But basically, the takeaway here is 68.3% of investigator positions are currently vacant or less than 1 year experience. So that's actually an improvement, but it's still not nearly where we need to be at. That's a really large number of folks with just a year experience or vacant.
And what is your starting salary?
For investigators, I'm gonna ballpark it, but I can get you an exact number. I would say
Ballpark me.
55
Okay.
here for investigators. And I'll get you an exact number.
That's all right. Ballpark is fine.
Now that's
They're employed by
investigation-
DCF, not us anyway, so.
Well-
They're employed by DCF now, so.
Right.
Nothing I can do about it. I was just asking.
The good point, though, that you just reminded me of, Commissioner, is the folks that transitioned over from the sheriff's office, they were making more than what DCF is paying across the state, and so the agreement was to continue to pay them that salary, so they were able to keep their salary. And there was some negotiation. Manatee County Sheriff's Office provided them with their own vehicles, so they could use county vehicles instead of their own. And DCF has a different arrangement, but they agreed to some of those arrangements that Manatee County had with their employees. So they were able to do some work there. Next slide. This next slide will show you actually case management. Again, this is a circuit view. But you can see, I think the big thing is that the top bar graph, so that's the percent of case managers carrying less than 25 children, right? Remember, for those of you who've heard me before, Child Welfare League of America recommends a caseload of 12 children or less. And so that's where we want to be. We don't want to be at 25 children. And as you can see from back at that very beginning of 23, we had some folks over 25 children in that red. And you can see where the line was in terms of how many kids were on the caseload. And then as you trend over, as you saw in all of those graphs and the numbers, the removal rate's going down. You can see the caseloads loads are going down, which all of that is a trend in the right direction. So this has also really impacted our turnover. We're retaining a lot more staff. I'll tell you the number one reason folks are leaving now is just what we were talking about earlier with working with these kids, having them in the office all the time, trying to find them a placement, and then getting assaulted by them, and then their property being destroyed. They didn't sign up for that. They signed up to help kids and families, and that's a tough gig to tackle when you have those kids and committing those kind of issues. So next slide. And before I'm going to jump into this is my last little piece, just to give you an update on Parents for Parents, kind of give you a teaser for Manatee County. You might remember I talked about Parents for Parents last year, and a couple of you might have heard me talking about it at CSAB meeting in the fall. But it was interesting. I just wanted to note that I'm here again, just like last year when Drug Court was here doing their proclamation. And so it reminds me of such the tie-in of like the power of storytelling and support, how storytelling can kind of break down stigma, and how support, especially peer support, can help folks really become productive members of society. And so it just reminded me of Parents for Parents, and so I'm glad that I had this here, and of early childhood court when we were talking about problem-solving courts and how just some of these things we're trying to do a little differently here in our circuit have really impacted people's lives. So for those of you who hadn't heard about Parents for Parents, it's giving hope to hopeless families that reunification is possible. So we're actually, through NAMI of Sarasota and Manatee counties, they employ parents who have been through the child welfare system, so they did have their kids removed from them. They successfully got their kids back, and now they're working as peer support with parents who are coming into the system. So there's three components. They engage the parent at the shelter hearing, provide a class to tell them about the system, and then they provide ongoing peer support. But if we go to the next slide, please. What I really wanted to point out to you is like this was with two parent peers. Okay, these are two parents, in Sarasota. They served 157 parents in our first year. Now, we removed just over 100 kids, so that's 1.5 parents if you did the math, right, that we served per kid removed. They provided 90 Dependency 101 classes to those parents, so pretty good conversion rate, over 50%. But I think the biggest deal to me was that they provide almost 1,000 unique mentoring sessions to these parents in the form of participating in hearings with them, of going to meetings with them, of providing them guidance. And we're having a program evaluation completed right now with USF, and all indicators are pointing to that we are seeing faster reunifications with parents who are working with these peers, and we think we'll see less returns to care. And so it's an incredible feat, and it's really great to see parents come through some of the darkest times of their life and be able to give back and work with some of the parents who are currently going through it. So our plan, I think to the next slide, my last slide, our plan is to come into Manatee County with parents, for parents. So as of right now, we're kind of learning the landscape, building relationships, and we're going to establish a steering committee. And our goal is to have the Parents for Parents program here summer, fall of this year, probably implementation next year. That could all fall flat, but that's the plan right now. And I just wanted to throw that update out there. And I think that's it. And we can open it for questions or comments, thoughts.
What do you, I hate to get into the numbers, but it matters. What are you paying a caseworker starting out? And what are you paying your attorneys starting out?
Ooh, attorneys, I actually don't even have a ballpark.
It's a crazy thing, but people work for money.
I totally hear you, Commissioner. Attorneys, I don't.
Well, Commissioner Ballard, do you know?
I think I do. I think that the attorney starting salary now is somewhere around 58.
Okay, so everyone who thinks that's reasonable.
And again, I'm going to ballpark this, and I can get you the exact number, but I think we raised case managers to starting at 53.
Okay, and this is, because there's sort of a give and a take here, right? I mean, there's a state component to this, there's a county component to this. Can you explain to everybody how those salaries are paid and how they're determined and how it's structured?
I'll do my best, Commissioner. So the Florida child welfare system it's privatized in that the Department of Children and Families is ultimately responsible for child welfare services, but they contract the two community-based care or lead agency organizations. There's 17 of those across the state that assume the responsibility via contract. So ours is Safe Children Coalition for Sarasota, Manatee, DeSoto counties. So they're given 36 plus million is the rate we have now to administer these services. Some of those, they are not by statute allowed to provide more than 35% of direct services, so they have to subcontract out things like case management to other organizations to stay under the 35%. And so once all of the contracting is done and we look at, and so the case management salaries comes from that 36 million. It's a set amount based on a formula that is in statute, which changed within the past couple of years to give us the equity formula. So that was great. So we have it's a little over 36 million recurring where the salaries will come from.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's strictly from the state.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, are there other questions of Nathan?
I just say thank you to you and your whole team and for everything that you do for this county. You're like literally unseen heroes behind the scenes working with these kids and these families, and nobody knows it. Very few people have any idea. But we know what you do every day, and we really appreciate you and all your folks.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you,
the
Nathan.
metrics look really good.
Thank you. And thank you for your focus on preventative, because, I mean, it's a snowball effect as they get older. One question with the stats, is it demographically driven? Like, is there a lot more kids that are teenagers, or we've got escalating problems with the teenagers?
That's a good question. So
sometimes demographically, we have a surge in birth rate, so I don't know if it's caused by that or.
And some folks, we're looking at that in our work rates. We're looking at that, right? And some folks have said, because Manatee County is growing, folks are moving in. I'll tell you what we notice is that the kids that are coming in with the really escalated behaviors, this isn't anything new. So things started like before, and we just somebody didn't catch it or do what needed to be done, right? Right. So how early can we how can we break down the stigma of asking for help? You know, some of our parents and families, you know, that their 6-year-old might be acting out and they're like, it's a phase, maybe we won't do it. But if you just, you know, and don't want to ask for help because maybe they think it reflects on them as a bad parent, but how can we message to them that that's the time to do it? You know, we're here with all these providers that are funded by the county, they're here to help. So how can we break down the stigma, get folks to ask for help? Because when you wait till 12, 13, 16, behaviors are really, really big then, and then the services are more expensive and less available, right?
Behavior becomes hardwired.
Right. It's much harder to change the trajectory, right? So, good question though. I think you're on to something, right? It's the demographic and but I think if we go as early as we can, you know, that's the answer.
Thank you. Nathan, thank you very much. Being the former chair of the Safe Children's Coalition, I know what you guys do, and you guys do an amazing job out there with the resources you have. So we appreciate you fighting for the kids, man. That's so important, and it's a tough job, and we know it. So thank you. Thank you for you and your team.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Good to see you. Okay. All right. Are there any, moving on, commissioner agenda items? Does any of the commissioners have an agenda item they'd like to bring to the next or bring anything forward? Seeing none? County Attorney, welcome. How are you? For your first board meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome, and thank you for being here. So do you have any comments from the County Attorney's Office?
Not today.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. County Administrator?
Yeah, just to, I want to welcome Pamela. Looking forward to the relationship. Congratulations again. We have a lot to do, a lot of work that matters. Looking forward to your team and my team getting together, so thank you. Also, Commissioner, as a reminder, May 18th, Saturday, 9 o'clock, all things Lakewood Ranch, Lakewood Ranch High School.
Okay. All right, thanks, sir. And also, aren't we having a countywide employee fun day on Thursday, May 23rd, I think it is?
Thank you, and I think you're the captain of my kickball team.
I thought it was a challenge for me to go down the water slide.
Thank you for bringing that up. I'm hoping the employees are listening. We've put as many RSVPs out as we can. We're well over 200 employees showing up. We're trying to reach those employees that don't get emails to get the word out, but thank you for bringing that up. Lincoln Park, 5 to 8 on a Thursday, food trucks, games, events, water slides.
I'm looking forward to it. I think we all are looking forward to it. It'll be a great time to spend some time with our great teams that are out there. So thank you, Administrator. All right, any Commissioner comments from anyone? No? Seeing none, I'll adjourn. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for being here today.
City Council meeting in council chambers. This is Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. At this time, I would like to ask Pastor Don Suriano with the Kingdom Life Christian Church, as well as chaplain for the Bradenton Police Department, to come forward with our invocation. That will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Josh Kramer.
Good morning, everyone. Just a quick comment before we pray. This is one of my favorite days to do the invocation. The affections of my heart burn for our local and national police officers. To my beloved police family here in Bradenton and all who wear the gallant shield of service and protection, from our chief to our senior command staff, seasoned veterans, to young officers filled with promise, and to every support department member, you are loved, you are needed, you are honored, and we celebrate you today. We thank the Heavenly Father for each one of you. You are heroes. You are divine agents of the Almighty to aid and sustain order on the earth. Would you bow your heads? Father of heaven and earth, I lift up our valiant law enforcement officers before you now. I ask that you and all of heaven would take notice and honor this prayer for these who have vowed and dedicated their lives to serve and protect your children on the earth who you so dearly love and cherish. I pray that your mighty hand and outstretched arm would go before them in the battle of justice, anointing them as your ambassadors of divine order, so to foil the deeds of those who plot evil. I ask of you, Holy Spirit, to envelop each of them with the peace of Christ that transcends understanding, guiding them with the wisdom of Solomon as they guard the citizens of our nation. Grant them the courage and the strength of King David to defeat the Goliaths of wrongdoing, and impart upon them the loving kindness of David the shepherd to serve with compassion and a gentle hand. Discerning when to be a lion and when to be a lamb, may they serve with the heart of a king and lead with the heart of a servant. As they continue to be deployed on their noble assignments, I declare Isaiah 54:17 over them all, that no weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment shall be condemned. For this is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, says the Lord. I pray, O God, that you would dispatch and assign warring angels of great might and power to protect them and keep them from harm. So I declare over them all long, strong, blessed, prosperous, and fruitful life. I pray that you would grant an overwhelming peace to their loved ones, reminding every father, wife, husband, son, and daughter that you, the creator of the universe, has them all in your mighty hands. It is in the name of Jesus the Christ, our Lord and King, I pray this all. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. You may be seated. We will call our meeting to order. Mrs. Melton, the proclamations.
Yes. The first proclamation this morning is Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day. And Councilman Kramer will be reading it on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you. Proclamation: by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Bradenton, I do hereby issue this proclamation honoring Police Week, May 12th through 18th, 2024, and Peace Officers Memorial Day, May 15th, 2024. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as Police Week, and whereas the members of Florida law enforcement agencies play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of our citizens, and whereas it is essential that all Florida citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their unwavering commitment to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas it is appropriate to commemorate police officers past and present who have dedicated their service to their communities and demonstrated utmost courage in preserving the rights and security of all citizens. And whereas on May 15th, we honor all peace officers who, through their courageous deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duty. Now, therefore, be resolved that Mayor Gene Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, does hereby proclaim May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 12th through 18th, 2024 as Police Week, and encourage all citizens to participate in activities honoring our police and peace officers. Signed, Mayor Gene Brown.
I know that the chief is with us, as well as several other members of our department.
Everyone please come down, all officers and staff.
Just brought a few people down. While they're coming down, just a few words. We, the members of the Bradenton Police Department, doesn't matter whether we wear a badge or our civilian members, we all make up an important and critical part of this agency. You'll note the thin blue line that many of us have across our badge. Let us not forget what that thin blue line stands for. It is what separates order from chaos, and it's members of the police department that ensure that separation stays strong. It's a very sad time right now in law enforcement, as you all know. Just last week, a very tragic event, 4 officers lost at one time in the line of duty. That's the most officers killed since the Dallas event several years ago. But let that serve as a reminder that each and every day, these folks go out and they put their lives on the line and they risk everything to ensure the safety of this community. We are the Bradenton Police Department. We are very proud to be members of this community, and we know that we have your support. Not all police agencies can say that, but we know that this community and this council, all of our elected officials and all of our other city members appreciate what we do, and we the same for you. So thank you.
Hang on just a moment. Council members, would you like to make a comment? Ms. Moore?
Sure. Thank you. I just would like to reiterate that I am appreciative of your service. I appreciate the inclusion of not just those that wear the badge, but also the support. Anything that I can do to continue to have you all work as such an amazing, cohesive body, I am happy to be a part of it, a small part. So thank you.
Mrs. Coachman?
Thank you. I'll first off say ditto. And secondly, I truly appreciate each and every one of you. I have the opportunity, fortunately or unfortunately, to see you at work a lot. And I know all that's behind you as well. You know, can't thank you enough. So proud to be of the city of Bradenton and be among you. Okay, I'm not going to cry. Just appreciate you every day.
Ms. Coker?
Yes, just to reiterate and to tell you that how much I love this city, and I know a big part of that is thanks to you keeping us safe. And I have witnessed you do your job, and you seem to really care about the citizens and care about keeping everybody safe, and it's thanks to you.
I don't think that we can put in words how much you mean to this community. So thank you for continuing to show up every day and to serve to the best of your ability. It is truly appreciated. And now we'd like to get a picture. So if we could get everyone up here, and ladies, if we can get over up here, and we'll stand behind.
Come on, you guys on the side. Don't try to hide.
Yeah, come on. We want everyone.
No.
Good-looking ones up front, please.
We need a drone photo for this. I was thinking that.
There's no high heel for me, Captain Pierce. I think I have a pocket.
Do you have a pocket?
I think I do. I don't know. I might lose it.
Okay, you've got to squat down, Stephen French. All right, thank you all.
And you all stay safe out there. Thank you.
We're gonna get there.
We're going to take just a moment to allow those that wish to leave the meeting safe travels out. Mrs. Melton?
Our next proclamation is Salvation Army Week, which I'll read on behalf of the mayor. Whereas the Salvation Army has been serving the people of Manatee County for 100 years physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And whereas the Salvation Army is present wherever need is greatest, especially during times of crisis, where vulnerable citizens are more at risk of becoming homeless, hungry, addicted, or spiritually tired. And whereas the Salvation Army invites the citizens of Bradenton to love beyond and help our organization continue to provide life-changing aid by creating and supporting programs to meet the needs of the community. And whereas it is fitting and proper on Salvation Army Week to recognize the tremendous impact of philanthropy, volunteerism, and community service in the city of Bradenton. And whereas Salvation Army Week is an opportunity to encourage citizens to serve others with their resources and time during difficult periods many of us are experiencing. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 13th through 19th, 2024 as Salvation Army Week in Bradenton, and urge all citizens to join together to give back to the community in any way that is personally meaningful. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
I know we have someone here to accept the proclamation. Please come forward and introduce yourselves.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Richmond, and I, along with my wife Jenny, are the commanding officers for the Salvation Army. With me, I also have Julie Showers and Miss Kelly French. We represent just a small fraction of, well, the employees and volunteers of the Salvation Army here in Manatee County and Bradenton. We've been here, and right here up the street 100 years ago, on June the 23rd, of 1923, the Salvation Army, along with about 7 volunteers, came to this beautiful city and started the work of the Salvation Army with one focus, and that was others, to serve those within this community to the best of our ability. Those 100 years have taught us many, many things, and one of the things that they've taught us is that the love and the sense of family that this community has is probably greater than any other city that you will come in contact with in the state of Florida, and dare I say, in many other places that I've been. I'm very happy to be here. I'm getting ready to celebrate 1 year of being in this city and working, and I can tell you, I have fallen in love with the people of this beautiful city. I'm thankful for the work that you've allowed us and you've come and partnered with us over these years to do. I had a challenge coin that we had made up for the 100-year anniversary, and unfortunately this morning I did not bring enough with me because I have been out of town running around for the past couple of days trying to get a tooth fixed, and I stand here this morning with you to say I've got a little bit of pain, but more importantly I have a lot of love in my heart, and I say to you, thank you so much. Thank you to the mayor, to city council, to the people of this community who continue to come alongside us. Countless hours, countless abilities, tools, treasures, and all the other things that they bring. But on the back of that coin, it says this: doing the most good, which has kind of been a moniker of the Salvation Army for the last several years. I didn't like it at first when I first saw it, but I fell in love with it as I started moving forward, because it basically says this: we're doing the most good on the bottom of the coin because of friends like you. Please continue to remember who we are, and more importantly, remember whose we are. We pray for you daily. We thank God for you daily, and we know that as we continue working together in the partnership that we have had these past 100 years, unless the Lord comes back, we'll continue to do the work that He's called us to do. And we're so thankful for this day. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to stand before you. And Kelly, do you have something?
I was going to take a picture.
Oh, you're going to take a picture. Okay. Well, can we ask you to stand up again, and we'll move up? But we'll say again.
We'll come down and get a picture with you.
You want to come down, or you want to stand back there?
Oh, we'll come down.
We love you. Come on, we'll go do this. God bless you. And to those in the room today, thank you so much. To our men in blue, being a retired officer myself, I salute you, my friends, and say, please stay safe. And know that we love you and we appreciate all the hard work that you do in this community. All right.
Are we good?
Thank you. Thank you.
If you'll wait just a minute, someone give us some names to say something.
Okay, thank you.
I know that many of us are aware of the work of the Salvation Army and have interacted with them over the years and throughout the year. I know that Ms. Coker asked to say something, so I'll start with Ms. Coker.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I've had multiple opportunities to work, especially with Miss French, and always willing to go the extra mile, roll up the sleeves, work alongside, and I feel like you walk the walk and talk the talk. So, thank you.
Councilman Kramer?
Thank you. I think we always think of the Salvation Army, at least through most of my career, was dealings with 14th Street, and a lot of times it was issues that they may have there, not necessarily issues on the periphery, but issues that were happening inside the building. But since the departure of my time with the department, I've come to know that they do a lot more than just handle things at their center. And one is the Camp for Kids. I was able to participate in an event, a fundraiser for that a couple weeks ago. But that basically funds children being able to go to summer camps. And it's really, I think we always think about what they do for adults, but it's what they do for children too.
Ms. Gonzalez, more.
I'll just express my appreciation and note that you bring the compassion to an issue that's really complicated, and you put faces to an issue that's really complicated. And so I just would like to express that your work is not unnoticed and appreciated.
I know also firsthand from the work you do. And you said a word, and it's heart. That's the Salvation Army. And you are the salvation for quite a many people. And I've seen women with children, from our school, actually, where I work, that needed you, and you were there. So, thank you.
What can I say? But the entire council appreciates the work that you do on a daily basis. And we hope that you are able to continue many more, help many more people, unless God calls us all home. Thank you. Ms. Melton?
We do not.
No.
Sorry.
Somebody's jumping the gun. I have one more proclamation. City of Bradenton Office of the Mayor proclamation, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Bradenton, I do hereby issue this proclamation honoring Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 5 through the 11th, 2024. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, it is the oldest office held among public servants. And whereas they provide the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at all levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas they serve as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas professional municipal clerks continue to strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 5th through the 11th, 2024, as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend to our professional municipal clerk, Tamara Melton. We extend appreciation to Tamara Melton for the vital services she performs and her exemplary dedication to the citizens of Bradenton. And it is signed by the mayor. We're all going to come down there.
Lance, come on.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Tamara.
Mrs. Melton.
Thank you all for that. That was very nice and surprising. We do not have any presentations scheduled for today.
Okay. So we are now at the portion of our meeting known as citizen comment. Citizen comment will be accepted during the citizen comment portion of the meeting on any non-agenda item, future agenda item, or topic of relevance to the city. Comments will be accepted on public hearings at the appropriate time. And if you wish to make a public comment, we will bring you forward. You will state your name and address for the record. I only have one comment card filled out, and that is from Bill Sanders. Please come forward.
Before you leave, congratulations to Salvation Army. And I wish that you'd got the 14 more slots over there for housing for women. Bill Sanders, 2502 Riverside Drive. I'm here today because I have a kind of a follow-up system that reminds me of things that I feel or the citizens feel that are undone or need answers to. And this was a fraud of an electronic transfer, I believe, about 2 years ago. And nobody was able to speak about it because it was allegedly under investigation. So I'd like to know where that is. There's certainly been more than enough time to have a final conclusion of that. It was approximately $52,000, so we didn't know how it occurred and who received the money, and did anybody get punished, or is the system still broken? So I would like to have an answer to that, and perhaps the written police report that was allegedly done at that time. So we have a issue sometimes of not commenting on investigations here in the city, and later to find out that, oh, that's been over with for a while. Why are you asking about it now? Because we never knew what the result was to begin with. So that MO is getting kind of rusty. And second item, I heard you say that we had the administration, CRA, and planning all under one guy, which was not appropriate. And of course, I obviously agree with that, because it's like having a president, secretary of state, and attorney general all in one office, all controlled by one person. That's kind of dangerous. So there was a period of time that we wrote out about $840,000 in checks. And we don't know really where, if it came from the CRA or if it came from the city, because the same individual was wearing multiple hats. And so when I was vice chair of the CRA and on the council, we could never find out if the checks were written, what invoices they were to pay. And I didn't personally get involved because I was excluded by Mr. Perry from asking people about it. So I'd like to know what invoices will tie back to these checks of $840,000, and I'd like for you guys to stop the additional $135,000 that you've got budgeted for to start that program again.
Thank you for comments. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Prior to the consent agenda, prior to us bringing it up, I believe there's a couple of issues that we wanted to discuss completely. And Mr. Perry and Mr. Williams, I understand that you will be talking about the mid-year budget adjustment. I would like to have more information brought forward at that.
Yes, ma'am. First off, under item C, which is the budget adjustments, which are mid-year, I think it's important to understand a little bit about what this lengthy list of budget adjustments are. And by virtue of being called mid-year, they're just that. Within the middle of a fiscal year, we make adjustments to our budget. In the private sector, typically corporations that are publicly held would hold quarterly meetings and look at where they are at a point in time as it relates to their budget and make evaluations and adjustments therein. We basically do the same thing, but we do it at the 6-month period. And sometimes we do it on an individualized basis. But what we're attempting to do is reconcile things